Dude, my voice is... Check, check, 1, 2. We're not gapping down. We're mooning, baby. They're gonna murder the, or this whole week is murder the chain, so we probably don't go up until the weekend. Or like 350, something like that. I don't know if I've got, I don't know if it's my throat or if it's, maybe it's, I noticed all the dew this morning on the vehicles. We're going back to like mold season or something. What's wrong? What's wrong? We can go up today. It's Friday. It's 0 Day Tech Friday, and we're so call heavy that the way is higher. It's just a matter of when the fucking all the calls are worthless. Probably today. Check, check, check. We still have Marco above though. We gotta watch his ass today. He's probably at 67.85. He's where? He's at 67.62 right now. Oh, god damn it, Tippy. Yeah, we're going up. I just don't know if we can break through. Oh, sorry. Hold on a second here, guys. I didn't even know that we're on stream just yet here. Hold on. We're going up. The issue that we have here is Marco. And I think we spent yesterday talking about this, right? I think we spent the morning discussing this. So there should be some firm understanding of I'm getting question. I can see in the Discord there's some questions here. So I don't spend time doing streams here for you to just go, fuck it, that's out the window. You know what I mean? Like this is real stuff. Like this guy is here. It's not. I mean, I use Marco as a heel, but like a heel. I'm not gonna sit here and explain 4 times a day in complex reasons why we should have some resistance here. So we use Marco as the example and then spend one segment on who Marco is and why Marco's there. And then, of course, let's top line this one more time. So we'll go over this one last time this morning, and we'll top line it. So we explained yesterday, well, we explained all week who Marco was. We've been ripping on Marco since, I think, Monday or Tuesday. And Marco's like a heel. Hold on a second here. My voice is really bad today. It's like pretty bad. My vocal cords are kind of fucked up. Hold on one second here. So I'll say it one last time to you. Like this has to be like top line without going into too much depth, which is you have COTs, CTAs. COTs probably have been like, I shouldn't say probably, we've known that COTs won't join in. And they've refused this entire year. Now, that is reminiscent of 2020, 2021. It was like pulling teeth, getting the banks to join in on a rally until the bitter fucking end. I kid you not. When anyone tells you, I want to talk to you guys about a couple things here. When anybody tells you that the street is smart, They're not. They are a little bit. This is what they do. But they put their pants on just like you and I. They shit like you and I. And they're bound by more rules than you and I, which is good. And they're slower than you and I, which is great. So you have some advantage there. The advantage that they have on you is they have information that you don't have. And they're way better coordinated than you and I are. I do find it funny on the topic of zero dates. I do find it ironic that retailers get blamed for zero dates, and it's not us. It's not you. It's not I. The only thing you're trying to do is get with them most of the time. Retail disagrees constantly. So, what makes you have to trade zero dates is not retailers. It's Theta Gang, which is the street. That's not you and I either. There are some retailers that trade Theta, but most don't. It's not your normal trader nor investor. So you're forced into zero dates. This week's a prime example. You have to trade zero dates. There's nothing you can do. Or you join Theta Gang. And we have Theta Gang often, right? So, and we have way more activity in the market today than we've ever had in history. You've got all kinds of different people trying to do all kinds of different things and trying to win and take money from the market. So you're kind of forced into it to some extent. Well, there's no other thing for you to do. If you'd bought weeklies this week, would you have be rich today? No. So when someone makes fun of you for trading zero dates, tell them to go fuck themselves. You can directionally make a shit ton of money. And you'll hear like the street whine about, I read it every day on BBG. It's like, oh, it's all retail traders trading these zero dates. They're fucking the market up. No, it isn't. It's not retail to begin with. We're just jumping on that train to trade that. You're not the guy out there that your broker is not allowing you to buy 200,000 or 100,000 puts or 10,000 puts in a blink of an eye. And I've seen that a million times on the chain. So I think it's dealers too. I'll be honest with you. There's been rumors over the years that it's dealers doing it too, and they're not supposed to. But I don't doubt for a minute that they're doing it. Especially if a liquidity provider is in some trouble, I would do it. So we're going up right now. The top line is this: that just like the old gym bros and young gym bros, we're using Marco as just a heel to express that this isn't really Theta Gang. This looks like Theta Gang, but it's not. If you look at CTAs, vol control gang, COTs are on board to sell no matter what. They're rolling out of their positions right now. You can see it clear as day. I showed it to you yesterday. And we're in this vol up, spot up type deal right now too. And we just had a record of 5 days of vol up, spot up, right? So we're going to get pressure on the downside to sell if we're below resistance. And this same gang will join in. Listen closely here. These same professionals will join in above and buy OTM calls as right tail hedge to make sure that they're not getting blown the fuck out. So I always call them zombies. I'm always like, oh, look at that, zombie buyers. We turned them into, I say, well, I turned them into zombie buyers. And they're like, no, you didn't. I'm like, yeah, we did. They bought OTM calls above X, wherever that number is. So let's look at it right now. I always relate it to kicking and screaming. And you can see that we're going up, right? We're not going down. We're going up. There's nothing here saying we're not going up. You can see it, right? Up, new all-time high. Up, new all-time high. Up, right? New all-time high. Up. I don't know. Yeah, that's a new all-time high. Right? So then we got up, new all-time high expected. Now will Marco show up? You know, stinker poo-poo pants over here. We're trading very close to 6,800, aren't we? And you're going to expect, once these guys know that they can't, let me just change this here. Once these guys know that they can't stop it, the trade higher, they're going to take the all-time or the OTM call trade with you. And we're going to go vertical. And once we go vertical, we hit this 6,800. Marco's going to step back in again. So this Marco guy right here, that's like, you know, you shall not pass, you shall not pass. He's then going to go right up here and do the same fucking thing. Now, there are times when you'll get call buying. Normally, this is FOMO gang, right? You'll get the Marco buying calls. You'll get FOMO gang for some kind of a volatility type event. And we'll just go vertical. And this is how you do this. This is how you do this. You know, like Rampo-Rama stuff, right? Bam, bam, sideways, grind, 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 slam it up again and again. It'll be like kicking and pulling teeth the entire way. It really will. It'll be that's the top, that's the top, that's the top, that's the top, this is the top, this is the top. And you're gonna hear this shit until you hit 7,000. It's gonna be kicking and screaming, bloody murder until we get up there. And they'll eventually be right, but it's not today. It is not today. Now we could experience next week some weakness potentially in finance. I think the bank reports might be kind of bearish, personally, because number one, of course, they haven't joined the rest of non-financial corporate profit companies, and they've been priced in. GS is double. And they're famous kind of for like selling the news just before they report, like Sunday and Monday, dumping that shit. They're out. They get one more run up usually into their ERs, and then it's dump-a-rama again. They're a classic great way to buy a dip 2 or 3 weeks later when nobody's looking at those stocks. Hold on here. My voice is really fucked up. Hold on here. I need more ice water. So you just watch for this guy in here. I don't think you're going to get him today. It is Friday, and if you were Theta Gang, you're out. So they're not here dumping on you. It may take to the end of the day to go higher up in here, or even the weekend. Dealers like sending, right now, dealers love sending markets higher overnights and weekends, so they don't have to pay you for your zero dates. So there's potential here for us to just crank up and hit 6,800 over the weekend, or 6,785, something like that. We have potential to do that. Also, let's take a peek at right in here. Dude, what is with this? Why are they pushing so many things? Trading view is like on, you know, this is very bullish right here. The half-hour trigger. This is on a 1 minute, but let me just show the 30. Daily velocity, very supportive. The half-hour velo is very supportive right now, just so you can see it. This is extremely supportive. And then look at hourly velocity. Bullish. So that looks good, too. Everything's pretty good to go up this morning. And it is Friday, and there's a graveyard of calls, right? So let's take a peek here and see what we can see. It's up on the bell, if you don't know. And it's probably up over the weekend, too. Fair chance. They're all going to get blown out by OTM calls, and then they're going to come back in and try to sell it again once we're up there. God, I need more water. I'm dying over here. I'm probably going to lose my voice on stream. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Oh. Let's just give you a target right now. So we're going to hit this today or Monday. That's 678 still up there waiting to get hit. There it is right there. There's our target. Oh, no red. Well, there's Marco. Hold on a second here. He'll make this red. Marco's right here, more than likely. At this point. Did a bunch of blow all week long, and he's like, bro, I'm going to go on Friday and do a 0-date Friday. Here we go. We're going right there. I don't tell you anything else, do I? It's right there. That's where we're going. That's where he is today, up there. He's going to get so mad at me. I don't even know this guy. He's like, I've heard about you, and you're in New York City. I'm going to beat your ass with my gang. Hold on a second. It's going to be like the PBS gang from Anchorman. Way up. We're going actually way up and higher than that, but well, we'll get rid of that shit. It's not. I wanted to something clean, but we're not going to get it. Hold on a second here. This is Wednesday, Tuesday. There's Monday. Right up in there. Right up there. Excuse me. So we're gonna do some. Yesterday I got just a lot of tangents. Hold on, let's go to the 4 hour. We swept the low we needed to sweep yesterday too. This was this one right here on Tuesday. This one's fine. Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Thursday, baby. This one was fine right here. This is all we needed to see right here. There's your 4 hour bar. And this is your sweep for the week. Here's the first. And there's your sweep right there. Congrats, Bulls. We're going higher, no matter what you say. Literally, it's like a 95% chance we're going way higher. 678 on tap either today or Monday. More than likely 680s on tap too. So we got our first little not rejection, but our we'll wait to put that in. Hold on. Out of there. When I got calls from 2 days ago. I got calls. I got call spreads. I got calls. Tight here. Bam. 4 there. 4 there. And we're going to go to the 1 hour. We're going moon. That's the same group, right? It's this group right here. Just so if you want to know where they are, this is where the September 17th gang is right here. We'll call these guys FOMC group, or what we call them rate cut gang. They're right here, and now they're right here. And our Marco has now moved higher. He was over here, but he's got to move higher now. And you're gonna see him blow this fucker up and go moon. Put this right here, but we're not gonna spend today. We're not gonna spend today on the market. I'm gonna give you where we're going. I'm gonna give you 2 charts today. You're gonna get this one. You're gonna be able to watch this all day long, I think. Bear with me here. Go to 1 minute. You're going to get this one, right cut gang, they're right here. You're going to get 10 a.m. I asked the question, I thought I asked, are we going to moon all day Friday until 10 a.m., 2 p.m. or close on Twitter? And I didn't check. I haven't checked to see what the biggest answer was. I should check. I think I said 10 a.m., 2 p.m. or close. I think it's 2 p.m., but then I think we ramp again over the weekend. That's my pick. Hold on here. Let's do 12 here, so we can get the 2. And put this over here. There's a 4. There's a 4. All this is getting bought. You're not getting through that. Not in my view. So you got 10 a.m. We're coming into the 10 a.m. hour now, right? There was 12. This is the same Marco. So this is Marco right here. Let me show you this. But he's going to lose. See it right here? See him right here? But he's gonna push up. So he doesn't win. He loses. We go right there. 678. Here's the close. We're going to go right here. Nope, not that. Right up there. That's in a Monday. I think that's Monday. There. Put that one up there. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm on the wrong screen here. Apologize for that. I'm in the wrong fucking screen. I'm over here chatting with you guys and not showing you the work that I'm doing here. Watch this really closely here. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. So we're going all the way up here. All the way up there. It's probably Monday for 678. Here we go. Okay, now let me see if I can do this too. Let me move this down. Let me see if I can. Let me see if there's a better screen for this. Bottom right. No, there really isn't. How do I do this best? Let me check it like this. Does this work? Leave this up here for maybe for SPY, or is it better to do it like what's the best way to do this? Hang tighter, guys. You can do it like this. Here's how we'll do it. What I'll do is this. I'm gonna leave this screen up as I have it, right? This layout. And what I'll do is I'll draw for you here where we're going. And then I'm gonna spend the morning over here. And I'm gonna finish up the ER tickers in the background in the bottom. So I'll just point with how I used to do it, where I'd be like, yeah, we're gonna go right down here, wham, wham, wham. Then we're gonna go up. I'll do that with you. That makes sense. Something just like this. It ain't right there. It's like this. Just like that. Get to the 12 o'clock. Where's 12 o'clock? Hold on here. 10. 30. You're going to go right in, I think right there. Right there. We'll start right there. We'll start moving our way over. Right there. There we are. I think we're right there. There. And then 11:30. So these guys get out. We've got the close at 11:30 and the sweep higher. Hold on here. Let's check something here. 14, 18, 19, 24 a.m. Right about there. What I'll do is it's right about here. Right here. This little one is down there, somewhere in here and here. Excuse me. Still getting over COVID. Still sick. It's been like 3 weeks now, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's not quite it's not like a hangover, but it's like hangover effect. So I'm still kind of sick, still kind of feeling the I think it's COVID still. I had it 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago I had COVID. And it's hanging around longer than my friend said it was 6 or 8 weeks, the after effects. And it's all on my neck, all on the back of my throat and stuff like that. At any rate, I'll leave this up. I've got my list here to finish the rest of earnings. Yesterday, I think there's there's 2 things going on yesterday. I think I got all the symbols from the Discord yesterday, and I saw people in the chat asking for tickers, but I wasn't sure if they're members or not, or maybe they just don't use Discord, or if people are just giving out the link. So today's public stream. If I get through these and I have time, I'll do your favorite tickers, but I'm not going to ask for them right now. You'll get all of these charts. I have them on a separate layout, and I will take all those charts and I will put together a brief for you so we can track it over the earnings season and see how accurate or inaccurate we are in our predictions for ER season. I go back and look. We're accurate about 70% of the time. It's that good. Now, of course, like knock on wood, I keep saying that, but I'm always waiting for like the one earnings season where I'm way the fuck off. But that hasn't really happened yet. So, what? We'll do the rest of these tickers this morning, and we will take some. I'll check with the Discord first for anyone that may have missed, or maybe I missed your ticker, and then we'll check with the public chat on Twitch and YouTube later today and see if we can get through those. I'd like to be through this stuff. I would really like to be through this stuff today to find out, or to be done with this, so that when we get into the actual ERs next week, we can focus on them and not. I feel like we're always kind of late to the party. We're like charting shit like an hour before the bell on their reports and stuff like that, and I'd kind of like to have a plan heading into these things before we get there, if possible. So we're gonna try to wrap this up today. We haven't had a low, and I don't know, or not that I don't know why it doesn't come yet, but if we hit this 78, we should be able to get that that drawdown and come back for it. Let me show it to you here. One quick second here. Trigger. So let me go back to an hour here. This like quarterly low, still haven't got it yet. We're just grinding here. Like this is the first right here. We've gone nowhere. Just like up, of course, new all-time high, new all-time high. Smash, smash, smash. And the hope here is that so the 680 up here, I'm hoping that this would trigger that big sell and get us there's the daily trigger right here. It's coming up now. It's almost here. So this is the October 1st right here. It's been a pain. This whole fucking like 2 weeks been a pain in the ass. Hoping that we can crank up here on Monday, today or Monday, and then hopefully jackknife down and hit this daily trigger. This will be our quarterly low, and then we can do our plan. If you're not hedged yet, a couple things just to rehash, not do 2020 hindsight vision. I've told you now for the past 10 days, if you have not put a hedge on, this is your time to put a hedge on. Whenever we get down here, this will be your time to put your quarterly long on. Listen closely. I'll warn you right now. There might be one more in November of the 50s, but I think it'll be so close that it ain't gonna matter. I wouldn't be waiting for November to put your quarterly trade on personally. I don't think you need to. Maybe you can add to it. If you really want to, but this group right here, still no ability to, we swept it right here, but there could be like one more. Could be like not one nice jackknife down right here. Expand this a little bit. You get your daily trigger up here. And for me, this is like the let's do the quarter trade. And whenever we get there, they usually pan out quite well, don't they? So let's just look at them again in the back. Let's look at hindsight here. So yeah, there's something like this actually. It's like squeeze it up. This is a great example of it. Squeeze it up, back test that fucking daily trigger, and then you're off. Bam, 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 and you're running. So this is what I'm looking for right here. We can see one right here, here. We haven't had one yet. This one kind of is on the 25th, but I think this is the same gang. I think this is the 27th gang over here, 17th gang. Came back down, back tested, got their nice A, and now they're just looking for that print to 60-80. And as soon as they come up, maybe get a little bit more up here, and then bam. Come back down, jackknife it down here, and this is your quarterly trade, in my view at least. You're back testing your October 1st, and for me at least, that's my signal. Now this zone right here, and this zone right, if you look at it like this, this is your long for the quarter, in my view. You're never even going to remember that. If you're down here later in November, I don't think it's going to matter. And you can come back in like December 31st or whatever and be like, fuck yeah. And this right here is kind of like your hedge for the quarter. And for me too, I've got a hedge that's dying. It dies on the November OPEX, but I want to roll a hedge into. I was thinking February, but I'm considering just December, like Christmas, cheaper hedge, and then dealing with it when we get into Jan 1. Maybe for a second for a new hedge, but I do want to remain hedged. Seatbelts on long until the market tells us otherwise. And that market tells us otherwise, you guys already know. You wake up one morning, you get a big fat red bar, some big, like monster fucking down day. This would be cause for concern. Risk off, lick my wounds, start looking for the downside. But we haven't had that in a while. A long while, to be honest. So just this group right here. If you want to know like where we go from here, it's something like this. Same group right there, right? So 678 up here. Jackknife. Oh, sorry about that. It looks like dog shit, but let's go a little bit. It's that same group right there. Jackknife right there. Dude, what is going on? What the fuck is going on here? Sorry. It's the same group right here. 678, 680, somewhere in there. And then it's like this. We should hit 60 maybe. Maybe 62. They should be right about here. Right about there. And then we're off and running. So that'll give you your October 1 right there. Something like this. This he's still here. He's like, no. But he's going to get pushed up here. Right around here. We start fading this, getting ready for OPEX and stuff like that and for earnings season. All right, I'm wasting more fucking time today. I hate wasting time. Rate cut gang down there. Tangents. Let's go right here. They're going to buy all this. Just so you know, this is all getting bought in here. You're not making it through this. The only question I have about this right here is the overnight buyers. 10:30, 11:30 in the morning. We could sweep this down here. Just be conscious of that down here. We'll leave this right about here. Put this a little bit higher. See if these guys are even able to get down here, but I'd like to see us get down here if possible, but I don't know if we can. We can just start fucking ramping here. I'll leave this right here for now. Just like that. That over right there. Okay, so we're going to get into, this is our one, by the way. Next target is up here. No, right here. We'll grind probably there. And we'll grind this out over here. That right there. We'll grind this out into the, there's 2 p.m., 1:30. Start with 1:30. There. Right in there, just like that. This is 11. 11:30. There's your 12 o'clock. Send it down a little bit, then back up again. Now, what I'll do is down below is I'm going to work on the rest of these charts. As I finish them, I'll post them in the Discord. Just the ones that I missed from yesterday. I'll put them in a big brief so you have them. I'll give an at everyone and then the ticker symbol. I think I have... I think I did sale, but I'm not sure. I'll check. I think sale looked great. Yesterday, it just looked very bullish. So I'll chart sale out and start working my way through. I got sale, RGTI, MSFT, Google, Hive, VST, GCT, PAL, and Bull. I already did PAL. And I'll do all these for you, and then we'll switch over to taking more requests so we can be done by the weekend so that you're ready for earnings for next week. For any of you out there that don't know, the way is higher. I can't see a top, and I can't see. I'm looking every day for a window to go down. There's a window in October and November to go down. But when I look at where those buyers are and how many there are, I can't see the break lower. I don't see the rug pull. If we do see the rug pull, of course, I'll let you know. And yesterday we were, I guess I got made fun of yesterday, you bastards. I guess yesterday they were making fun of Avgo. They didn't want me to do Avgo. They wanted Avgo, but they didn't want Avgo. They were like, yeah, do Avgo or something. And, but they were really being facetious. And I wasn't in the chat long enough to know. So I wrote down Avgo and I started charting Avgo. And if you're gonna do Avgo, you might as well consider that the same chart for NVDA. Although the one thing I would say is that Avgo gets more volatility than NVDA. The fascinating part for me yesterday when we were doing NVDA or Avgo, we're still talking about fucking Avgo, was that you can see clear as fucking day, like this whole TMT AI bubble pop. You can see it. It's not the pop. It's that there's an inflection point for the pop. The better way to say it. And even within that inflection point for the bubble pop, it could just be a 20% down move, and then we're rocketing again. So it's very reminiscent of, to me, to the 1990s, and not 1999, like 1996. There is a path for like a major TMT top. Whenever that happens, like whenever Avgo hits like 400, I would be concerned. I would be concerned that they're going to try to, not just try, there should be some kind of a jackknife down, 20% for Avgo in the rest of TMT. But it doesn't necessarily mean that's the top of the market. And I think as a buyer, seller, that you treat it like that. Like we trade it down and then we get the fuck out of that trade down because it could turn back up again. And that's what the 90s were like. If you study I've spent a lot of time looking at the fucking 1990s over the years, and more importantly in recent memory. I've talked to you guys about the 90s now for what, 2-3 years? This whole fucking bull run, I'm like, we might just do the 1990s. So they can pull the plug whenever the fuck they want too. It's so crazy. Like looking at where we are in the market. It's theirs to sell. It's not yours, not ours. It's kind of like I would not count out the market going way fucking higher. Just don't count it out. Let the market show you the way. There are moments in the market where price action becomes king. Like I love indicators and I love tools and all that kind of stuff, but there is a moment where I feel like I have to rely upon just candles. I feel like there's a moment where I can literally make a chart just go blank and just say, nope, they're not done yet, or yes, they're fucking done. And I think that we'll probably come to that moment when we get up there and hit that number. I think it's going to be in December 31st, but it could be February. You know, you just don't know. You hit 400 like next week or something, and that comes back to price action matters more than anything. So we'll just be aware of it as we get there, or get near there or whatever. I can't for sure. I'm trying to think about right now the next year projections, and I think that anybody at this point where we are that gives like a this will happen. I think the farthest they can go with that is the drawdown off of that 400 on Avgo. Like the 20% down looks fairly. I'd give that like a 40% chance of happening. I'd give like a 35% chance. Is that a slight edge to that happening? And I'd give another chance, like 30, maybe 30% chance that we actually go higher in Q1 of 26. If that happens, we ain't done. We're gonna start doing like 1997, 1998 or something. Now, if we do the 20% drawdown in the Jan to March, that could be cause for concern. But if we recover that 20% and blow off the quarterly and monthly, then and we start turning around, we can go higher. So anyways, it's not something for right now. It's just every time I look at like NVIDIA on a higher frame or Avgo, most of the TMT, you can kind of see that inflection point looming up there. And I don't think you can tell exactly what's going to happen there. My highest probable outcome is that we do at least 20% down on that New Year candle, and then we just make that decision. Is the hard data bad? Is the soft data bad? We put together 3 to 6 months of terrible fucking data. Are people losing their houses? I don't see it yet. Or have we accelerated trade war, or I don't see an invasion either. The window's ending soon. There is a window in the springtime for an invasion of Taiwan, but it's way smaller than the fall. The invasion, if there is an invasion ever, or a blockade, I would think it would be a blockade. You're talking about like a difference between getting across the sea. It's like 12 hours or 4 hours. It's fairly significant. Very dangerous crossing oceans for 12 hours with an invasion fleet. You want to watch that right there with me? Very dangerous and following or traveling across an ocean for 12 hours. The exposure is just too great. And that's what we're good at, the U.S. China would need to be quick, as fast as possible. If they're not fast, the U.S. is great standing off. Our Air Force and our Navy is fucking phenomenal. It's still number one in the world. It's our one gift that we have. So if I was China, I'd be invading in the fall. Now, if that doesn't happen this fall, then that goes away, right? For the time being, in the spring, more than likely. So you got to start thinking about like what could send us lower. I saw was it Kenny Griffin or not Kenny Griffin? A letter. I wanted to say Ken Lay or something, but I saw what's his face from I think it's Citadel or whatever. He was like the de-dollarization and all that. That's in the brief for the quarter, by the way. The explanation of the economic change, that's not in stone right now. There's a lot of unknowns, and I don't think any of these guys that are saying that we're fucked, that it's today. I don't think you can say it's like a lot of these guys will make these pronouncements, and I don't think that it's necessarily just today. It's kind of like our boy over there, the drummer. It was like, oh, we're gonna crash, man. We're in a fraud market in 2008. And it just kept going up and up and up and up and up. So when these guys make those fucking pronouncements, they're fucking wrong all the time. The street is wrong all the time. So don't give those guys too much credence. You know, like They're just humans. So we'll deal with it when we get there. I'm assuming there'll be some profit taking in December or February, and there'll be a reevaluation of where we are in the economy and in the market. But there's potential to go higher. There really is. I'm telling you guys, there really is. We did that this spring. So when we're coming into February, we were due for a correction, and we knew. You could see it clear as day with the monthly and quarterly velocity was just maxed the fuck out. And we jackknifed down. We did a little bit more than expected. I think I was expecting like 12 or 15%. We did 20, maybe even 22 at the tip. Like you did like tick to tick possibly. But that reset the whole market. And that was a warning shot of the 1990s. Where you can jackknife down quickly and come right the fuck back and stay in a bull market. And we have that potential to keep doing that. We keep cutting, we keep partying. You've got resilience in the economy. You got inflation that should be raging. And if wages can keep up, and if we're at the bottom, I got to tell you guys, we're at the bottom of a lot of curves, a lot of data, like data that's supposed to be positive going up, or data that's supposed to be negative or positive going down. Let's say like a data that's supposed to go down, or a data that's supposed to go up for a bull market. We're like right at the fucking bottom of it, and we're right at the bottom of it here. And unless you start fucking shit up, we can party. I don't know if I agree with my Main Street hat on, if I agree with that, but we can. The soup is there. It really is. The mise en place is there to do it. So there's one last thing here, which is greed. When you hear things like these guys, who said this about the fucking de-dollarization? I gotta see where. Hold on. Maybe it was Investor Business Daily or something. Oh, yeah, Ken Griffin. My boy Kenny. Good old Kenny. I haven't seen his face in a while. So Kenny Griffin sounds alarm on de-dollarization as critics say U.S. becoming a third world country. I'll read this to you right now before we get into the rest of the ER stuff. Citadel CEO Ken Griffin has warned that the accelerating global move away from the U.S. dollar indicates that investors are de-risking their portfolios from U.S. sovereign risk. Quote, we're seeing substantial asset inflation away from the dollar as people are looking for ways to effectively de-dollarize or de-risk their portfolios vis-a-vis U.S. sovereign risk, Whiffen told Bloomberg in a recent interview. For Spencer Hackeman, founder of Tulu Capital Management, that shift is a stark signal. He argues it's akin to telling Americans you now live in a third world country, end quote. Hackeman's comment may be hyperbolic. It is. But it underscores a deeper concern, sovereign risk. The fear that a government may fail to meet its financial obligations is typically a problem for emerging markets, politically unstable regimes, or nations with high debt and weak currencies. I'm going to say this one fucking time. There is only one country in this whole world who's number one, and that is the United States of America. And you better not fucking forget it. Until we're knocked off that fucking, the top of that mountain, that is it. It is only the United States of America. Do not ever fucking forget it. For real. And until you're knocked off, no, you are the sovereign currency of the world. And not only that, these fucking bears do this hyperbolic shit, and they forget one fucking thing. That we can buy that fucking debt. We can print that money. That's what we can do. A Lannister always pays his debts. Is real. I'm serious. It's really, so they go on to say it's really associated with the issue of the world's de facto reserve currency, yet several warning signs are emerging in the U.S. itself. No, it's not. And not only that, our fucking debt is being shifted. Like these fucking guys, so I'm going to go on a goddamn rant here. These fucking guys are so fucking hyperbolic. Not only that, they're doing it because they just want to trade. They don't fucking care about the fucking de-dollarization. They really don't. And not only that, they fucking know that not only that, we have a rotation of who is buying our debt. So you got to think about this. Who's buying our debt? It used to be China. They were number fucking 1. And now they're like number 3, maybe 4. And we're negotiating in public with other countries. Guess who's number 1 right now? Do you know? The UK. Our longest fucking partner. Our ally. The United States of fucking America was a colony of the what? The UK. In World War I and World War II, who the fuck came to the aid of Europe? The United States of fucking America. Who fucking funded the birth of this nation? And who helped our nation in the Civil War? Europe. Don't ever forget that shit. And they don't forget. Sometimes they need reminded, but that's real shit. That is legit behind the scenes. If you know anything about funding, if you know anything about where the money comes from, it's like the Rothschilds. That's real shit. Whether you would disagree with it, hate it, makes you angry, I don't give a fuck. You can see in public the fighting. The, hey, this deal we had back then needs to be ripped up and we need to renegotiate it. We did that in World War II. We didn't come to Europe's aid immediately. We wanted the deal for our terms to enter and help you. That's normal. You did that for us when we birthed as a nation. Same thing happened to us when we were in that situation, right? Same thing with France in the Civil War, right? So what do you have? You have a shift of who's buying debt. That fucking debt is being bought by our allies now. That's really happening. You can look. The data's right there. You don't read it on Twitter. You just look it up. Who is buying debt? Who is the number 1 debt buyer in 2020? Who's the number 1 debt buyer today? You can see it. It's clear as day. But not only that, they're still buying our debt. China today is still buying our fucking debt. One of the biggest ones out there. But what are they paying with? Gold. I'll take gold over the dollar. I'll take gold over the yuan. Give me the gold. And these countries are amassing gold. Why? War. Not sovereign debt. War. I'll say it again. You know what? You want to stick your hand you want to stick your hand in the ground or your head in the ground? You can. I'm going to scream at you. You amass gold because of war. We're in a what? We're in a economic disagreement. We move into what? Economic warfare. That's what we've been in. We're escalating economic warfare. Historically, all fucking wars start. All start with what? Usually what? Economic warfare. That grows. disagreement, right, grows into what? It escalates and it escalates. It ladders. And so if you go to war, what do you need? Not dollars. You need gold. Back the full faith and trust of me going to win this war, whoever that is. Then you de-risk certain things, don't you? Debt. Or we buy a lot of debt from the U.S. We might go to war. Well, shit, man, I don't want to get fucked in that deal. And then you've got who's being paid that gold? Us. So sovereign risk. The fear that a government may fail to meet its financial obligations is typically a problem for emerging markets, politically unstable regimes, or nations with high debt and weak currencies. It's rarely associated with the issuer of the world's de facto reserve country, yet several warning signs are emerging in the U.S. itself. The national debt has climbed past $37 trillion and continues to rise, fueling concerns among bond investors about growing pressure on demand for treasuries. No, you're just not getting fucking paid. Nobody wants to put their money in your bonds. If you're a bond trader, you rely upon a hope and a prayer, don't you? Right now, where's all that money? Oh, they're afraid. Well, shit, doesn't look like it. SPY trading fucking 673 right now. Where's all that money coming from? They're not afraid to put their money there. The national debt has climbed past $37 trillion. Guess who can race that debt? The United States of America. What if they can't pay their debts? We can pay whatever we want. I'll print our way out of it. You can't do that. We just did it in COVID. And then when we did print our way out of that debt, they said it couldn't come back down. Oh, inflation's never coming down again. I fucking remember when they said that we couldn't bring all this data back in line, and we did. I remember the people out there that said we couldn't do it. And then when we brought it all back into line, they all wanted more. This shit comes up every fucking 4 or 5 years. We just shut the world down like 3 years ago. And those same assholes said the same shit was going to happen. And it didn't. Did it? It didn't, did it? It didn't happen in World War II either, did it? It didn't. It didn't happen in the Great Depression. We got through it. Don't fucking listen to these fucking people. I'm serious. Do not listen to them. It's more hyperbolic bullshit. Now, do we have a debt problem? Yeah, we do. But you know, this isn't debt problem. This is the stock market. They would bid up a goddamn tire if they could. There could be like a nuclear wasteland in this country. Nuclear wasteland. And 2 assholes would find some tires and say, all the tires are burned. I found 10 of them. Let's create a market for them. I'm serious. The stock market is not the fucking world. It's waxing bullshit poetically. It really is. And then meanwhile, this rest of this article, meanwhile, Washington remains mired in fiscal and political gridlock. with reoccurring debt ceiling standoffs. We're at fucking all-time highs. And this is the shit we got to listen to. Meanwhile, Washington remains mired in fiscal and political gridlock. Ugh. Ugh. With reoccurring debt ceiling standoffs. Reoccurring debt ceiling standoffs? What the fuck you talking about? We do that shit every single fucking year. Sometimes twice or 3 times. Meanwhile, Washington remains mired in fiscal and political gridlock with reoccurring debt ceiling standoffs. Fuck you mean? That's what a bear lives off. Are you trying to take away the bear? If you took away fucking debt ceilings, we would have no volatility to go down. They're going to have to find something new. In recent government shutdown that triggered a temporary blackout of key economic data. That shit happens all the time. We shut the fucking government down all the fucking time. Adding to concerns, the Federal Reserve has begun cutting interest rates even as inflation remains elevated. That one's true. But what normally happens? We go up. Inflation. The market goes up. Now, I do agree that there are some problems down the road. If the consumer can't handle, like if we don't have wages going up with that, yeah, there'll be a problem. And yes, I agree if we have a problem. I agree that if we have a problem, the Fed might not have the QT, or they're not admitting that they'll use QT, I should say, to solve that problem. Or maybe they want to party right now. Maybe they want to juice it. They want to get that last little fucking bit out. I can give you 2 examples where we did that already. In recent memory. We took the fucking orange and we squoze it to the what? The internet bubble. And then we put the fucking orange in the squeezer and we squeezed it more. And then we put it in the blender and we ground it up and added water to it. And we squeezed it again. We did it again in 2008, didn't we? Those are 2 recent examples. How about COVID? I remember the bottom of COVID. I was trading then. I remember when they said to me, we're not going up here, bro. There's no way. I remember when Jerome, I was there on Sunday night. We print it digitally. You know what that was? That was the same thing as right now. When he said we print it digitally, we will fucking print our way out of this shit. And it's worked. It worked then. I wish they'd done 100-year debt, but yeah, you know, it's mixing this and mixing that. Adding to concerns, the Federal Reserve, has begun cutting interest rates even as inflation remains elevated. I agree. Probably could have done this a little bit cleaner. Could have extended this a little bit longer. It might trigger some big-ass squeeze and some big-ass down. But that's what it is. You got to trade what's in front of you. A combination that some economists warn could pave the way for stagflation. No shit, Dick Tracy. We go in bull runs. We go into what? Bear markets. This asshole sounds like he wants the market to just what? We want to go back to the 1950s and 60s, just sideways? That's what you're looking for? It hasn't been like that since we changed the laws in the 50s and 60s. Since we taxed the fucking rich. Since we taxed the fucking rich. And then we fucked it up some more when? 1980, right? Reagan. More party time. These same fucking assholes that are saying this shit Can you imagine some guy out there? He's like this. How old is fucking Ken Griffin? Let's look at this. How old is Ken Griffin? This fucking guy is 56 years old. He had no fucking problem with party time in the 80s and 90s, did he? Maybe the 90s? Mike Wilson? Jamie Dimon? There's older guys, right? Still running around. Buffett had no problem with it. These guys had no fucking problem. Party time. And all of a sudden they're like, well, you know, maybe we'll rein it in a little bit. These guys are fucking greedy. And the younger generations are greedy too. Greed is a hard thing to rein in, isn't it? So they're like, okay, and we don't want to party anymore. We made all our money. These young guys are probably like, nah, fuck you, man. I'm 45, bro. I'm just becoming the director of this department. We're going to crank this fucker. And these guys have never not been greedy. These guys have always been greedy. Always. They started their fucking greed in the 50s and 60s. They went on and did more greed in the 80s. And they rode that fucking greed. They rode it like a wild-ass horse, didn't they? And they give zero fucks about you. In 2008, when the market was rolling over and the economy was imploding, they were sitting on the top of a second-story fucking building drinking champers as Occupy Wall Street with protesters were walking down the street. And they were like, fuck you. I got mine. That's how they operate. They don't operate like we care. These guys sound this guy's trying to sound like his motherfucking Teresa. This guy's a fucking monster. Ken Griffin's a fucking monster. He is the fat old fucking white guy with greasy hands. He's the monster. And you just want a little bit of it. You can let him go out there and pontificate all the fuck he wants, but don't believe that shit. That guy's fucking a greedy monster. That guy's filthy fucking rich. Rich beyond you would ever see in your real life. He's made so much money off of that greed. Meanwhile, Washington remains mired. By the way, we're talking about adding to concerns the Federal Reserve is being cutting rates even as inflation remains elevated. A combination that some economists warn could pave the way for stagflation, a toxic mix of stagnant growth and rising prices. I don't disagree with that. I think that's fine. Fine statement. But even so, are we crashing today because of that article? Fuck no. We're at all-time fucking highs, man. Fuck off. For investors, Griffin's warning suggests the deeper unease that the U.S., long considered the world's safest bet, may be drifting toward the risks it once stood apart from. What risks? We went through World War I. We went through the Civil War. We went through World War II. What risks? America's fiscal nightmare deepens. Economists have long sounded the alarm over Washington's ballooning national debt. I agree, it's bad. Warning that unchecked borrowing poses serious risks to economic stability, interest rates, and future growth. Analysts at Peter G. Peterson Foundation, among others, argue that persistent deficits drive up borrowing costs, crowd out private investment, and leave the government less able to respond to crises. Now, a new paper by Paul Winfrey, PhD president of the Economic Policy Innovation Center, suggests that the Fed's bond buying programs, commonly known as quantitative easing, have worsened fiscal irresponsibility in Washington. This all sounds like more up to me. When a macroeconomic shock occurs and the Fed is actively buying treasuries, active fiscal policy becomes expansionary over the medium term, Winfrey wrote, arguing that large-scale asset purchases distort economic signals and make policymakers more complacent about mounting debt. More complacent? Fuck yeah, that means up. That means greed. In essence, Winfrey contends that by printing money to finance government debt, the Fed has blurred the line between monetary and fiscal policy, reducing the political pressure on lawmakers to rein in spending. Shit, you've been doing that shit since the 1950s. You started there, and then you did it again in the 80s. It's fucking 2025. Let me show you something here. You see that right there? Let's go to the month. That's 1897 right there. Right there, 1897. What is that? What is that? What the fuck is that? What is that? It's up. It's up, 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 it's up. It's up. It's up. It's up. It's not down. It's up, up, and to the right. That's what it is. Up. We're at risk of what? An economic and a business cycle? Yeah, I can agree with that. Our stock market doesn't do that, though. It does economic cycles, or it does stock market cycles, right? You go up, pull down, you go up, pull down, up. We can deal with that. It's been partying like this since when? Look at that. Look at that. There's 80s. You want to see the real start of it? Right here. These assholes. These guys. Right here. These guys. 1980. Look at it. Woo. Here's the first one right here. 1950s. This is when we stopped taxing the rich. Right in here. Party time, baby. And then we did the real party time, didn't we? Reagan got in office. Woo. 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 Whoa. Look at 1997. Look at that. Who did that? Who did that right there? That wasn't me. Who did that? And even when you took it back, what'd they do? Look at that. There's your 2001, comes back down. Shit, you didn't even give it all back. You partied again. And then you just proved the point that it's up again. That's the GFC. Oh, yeah, look at that one. Oh, that's a nice one. That wasn't, who's that? Who's this? Who did that? Was that me? Was that me? Was this, who was this? Shitadel? Who was that? This same asshole, Ken Griffin, this same prick, we took all his money, didn't we, with GME? We took all his money. We took a whole bunch of people's money. We shit all over Citadel, didn't we? Yeah, GME. Him and those homeboys. You can't do this and it can't do this, and that's going to happen and this is going to happen. That's not what happened. They literally had to shut the fucking stock market down. They did. I remember the day they did it. I was on Wall Street Bets and said, that's the top. They figured it out. They shut it down. It was the true infinite. Well, it wasn't the only infinite money glitch. There was another one before that. But they shut down the infinite money glitch. That's how mad they get. Don't listen to these guys. Watch price action. Watch the triggers. Do not believe them when they talk. They're out of their fucking minds. They want all the money for themselves. They don't want you sharing in it. They want you serving them. I talked to a guy yesterday, a neighbor that I've never met, down the road from me. And he's in finance. We're chatting about finance yesterday afternoon. And he said to me, he said, I got blown out. He said, I'm having a really hard go of it. He's got a wife and one daughter. And he's having a real rough second half of his life. And we're chatting yesterday. We're talking. And he said to me, he said, you know, he said, we're going to do sale next. He said, you know, he said, I went to university and I got into finance. And he said, I didn't realize until I was older that I was trained on being a drone in college. So what do you mean by that? He's like, I feel like that I was trained to be subservient in corporate America and take a paycheck and go through the system. He said, and the system took all my money away from me. He said, but those guys make more fucking money than God. And I was like, I know all about this. I was like, I've worked in corporate America. So I used to work in C-suite. I used to be a contractor. I'm going to bring this asshole in over here, and he's going to clean up everything for our mess. And you're in there with these guys, and they're fucking filthy rich. I mean, you don't even know how filthy fucking rich these guys are. But you go to university, you go to high school, and then they segregate you, right? They can follow instructions well. Then you go to college, you get your undergrad degree. Most, not all, but most undergrad degrees, you really don't learn shit, do you? If you're older, you know this. The only thing most undergrad degrees give you, not all of them, but generally speaking, you get an undergrad degree, it's that you can learn, follow instructions, you can critically think, and you can go work for some large company and be told what the fuck to do. And I can give you a salary. I can give you a retirement of some kind. And I can tell you no. Here's your 50, 100, 200, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. And you're going to stay in this cubicle. And you're going to work for me. You're never going to question anything. And I'm going to have metrics for you to get raises. And more than likely, I'm going to make it so you don't fucking get that raise. It's like I'm like pulling teeth. Even if I give it to you. And you comply. And those same fucking guys whine and bitch and moan and say they ain't got the money. Now, you don't know those people in your other life, do you? You break your dick all day long, break your boobs all day long. Maybe you break your dick and your boobs all day long. Hot, by the way. Just kidding. But you're breaking your ass, right? And you more than likely don't know who those people are. You know, during COVID, I'd go skiing, and it was like COVID wasn't even on. Those same fucking rich fucks are out there partying all through COVID. They want you to go to work every day. They want you to think there's no money. They want you to think the world's ending. What they're telling you is not what they're doing. And they have more money than you could ever imagine. They make so much money they can burn. They can't even find ways to spend it. I'm going to blow $500,000 this month. On what? Vacation. I'm going to blow $2 million this month. $5 million. I'm serious. More money than God. So do not believe these people. You're just here because you figured out that's not true. I placed a a degen trade on a fucking ticker symbol XYZ. I made $100,000, man. What do you do for work? I work at Wendy's. How much did you make last year? 30 grand. You made that in 1 week, 3 times your salary? And then the hood comes off, right? Surprise, motherfucker. These guys are making that shit hand over fist all the time. And you figure out that it's fake. Bullshit. And now you make them angry when you take some of their money, don't you? They don't want you in here. They don't want you making that money. They want all your money. And if you come into the stock market, they want to take even more, right? How dare you stop working? How dare you work? Trade the stock. How dare you manage your own retirements? I want you to put it to a managed fund. I've got a gang of guys over here that'll do it for you. Take their fees. I mean, hell, you can just buy a fucking low-fee fund and do better than you would with a financial advisor. Literally. If there's a 20% drawdown in the S&P 500, you fucking buy a low-fee index. And you're still going to do better than 90% of your experiences out there with a financial advisor. Literally. They don't even want you doing that. So in essence, Winfrey contends, so when a macroeconomic shock occurs and the Fed is actively buying treasuries, active fiscal policy becomes expansionary over the medium term, Winfrey wrote, arguing that large-scale asset purchases distort economic signals and make policymakers more complacent about mounting debt. The fuck do you care about that? Oh, he's saucy up here. Look at him. He's super saucy. Look at him. Anger. What do you care about that? You shouldn't. You don't care about macroeconomic shocks. You don't care about the Fed actively buying treasuries. You don't care about fiscal policy. None of it. The only thing you, excuse me, the only thing you care about is what? Oh, you got a nice little drop right there. The only thing that you care about is that fucking yellow bar. The daily trigger. That's it. You don't care about any of this other shit that they write. None of it. What's going on over here? Woo. He is, isn't he? He gets angry. He gets angry down there. I got to buy this. Hold on here. And don't go nowhere. Hank, don't go nowhere here yet. Fucking Marco, man. He's pissy. Hold on a second here. Seven days to expiry. I miss these days when we do this on air. Calls. Oh, fuck me. I'm watching 665 just went from $8 to $6 on the 17th. Dude, what's going on here? What just happened? Something happening? My brokerage just went down too. Woo! Come on. No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. $6. Dude, what's going on here? Trying to buy calls right now. I'm having come on. I'm watching like calls on the 17th go down dollars. No, not today. Give me 1 second here, guys. I gotta turn some of this shit off. I gotta buy calls here. Hold on. I'm having a hard time entering anything right now. Come on. Come on. No, 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 no. I gotta turn this off. Hold on here. I gotta turn all this shit off and do this. Come on. Don't fuck me here. Turn that off. Give me 1 second here. I gotta place an order on my phone. Hold on here. My brokerage just like crashed like 5 times. Come on. Don't fuck me here. Hey, can you put this on a charger for me? That shit's dead and I'm trying to... No. Thank you. Appreciate that. There we go. I'm in. All right, I'm in. Good. Oh, God, yes. I just got in the money calls for the 17th. I think I did. I got to check. I just bought 666s for October 17th. Right there. Right there. A daily trigger right here. Watch out for a sweep right here. Come on, tell me. Oh yeah, baby. We're good. I gotta turn some shit off back here, maybe. Oh yeah. That shit was bouncing down in the $5 and like change. It was going from like $8 to $5. It like this whole drop right here. Just this was a huge repricing. Just this right here was like $3 shaved off. It was like at $8 and went down to like 5. Yeah. I'm cranking right now, or I was for a minute. Now it's back down again. You don't get these every day. I just don't want them to reprice while we're down here. What's the 10-year doing right now? Ten-year yield. Take a peek at the 10. With the 30-year. TYX down. 2-year. No, that's not good. That's actually pretty good. There's a little more that needs closed down here in the 2 at 79.97. Oh yeah, baby. Keep going. There might be one more. They're not guaranteed, but there might be one more down. I guess I pissed off Ken Griffin. Watch out for one more low at 79.98 on HYG. I just dropped $60,000 in a trade just now. Slightly more than 60 grand. Watch this HYG right here. I'm reading some of this. Let me turn on the squawker here. I'll read some of this to you. I might have to hedge here. I might have to pull out. I'm pretty close here. There's bars down at 6,500.
67.40, 66.50. 6635. Six, 636. Six, 650.
Just need a minute here, guys. Hold on. So I'm going to make this smaller for just a minute here so we can see it on the screen.
Call spread 17th. Right now, 662.
That's just that shit doesn't even pay well.
Is 441.
We almost tagged it. We almost tagged it. We're not quite there yet. There's a little more garbage right here. A little tiny bit of garbage here. Hold on here. This shit's moving so fast that I can't.
Where's 666? That's 668. real risk.
And I'm green. Keep on going green, baby. Keep on going up. Woo! There we go. Oh, yeah. Woo! Scared shitless. God damn. I got like sweat ripping off me. I'm like trying to buy a fucking dip down here, and I'm like, I got clipped earlier, and I'm pretty green right now. So, oh shit, sorry about that. Tried buying this one here. Tried buying this one right here for a quick. I was actually green here for a minute, but I was looking for the dump and back up again. This usually works. I make a lot of money doing these trades, but we started rolling right here. So I got out, took a haircut. I put a lot of fucking money in a trade here, but I'm back in another trade. I'm on 662s for the 17th. A pretty substantial trade and in the money. So I didn't do any OTM stuff. I was looking at OTM stuff. Here and here, and I don't like them. My only issue here is that I tried to buy a call spread. They were fucking bullshit. They print 100% for the 17th trade 670. And then I looked at a convexity trade for 670, like 668, 670. It only pays like 150%. So I'm like, fuck that. So my only problem that I have here, the best trade here is likely a call spread. The safest trade is probably a call spread. My risk to me right now is grinding. We're likely going to grind the rest of today, and we're likely going to grind, or we'll likely open Monday and start going up again. If I was a dealer, I would grind you the fuck out all day long. I wouldn't move us at all until Monday. So I got some risk with grind here. I'll add more if I have to. But I don't like the payoff. I don't like the payout on the call spread. So my plan here is to DCA if I need to on Monday. Now we got some other problems here, some larger issues, which is we haven't swept this. We haven't swept, or have we? We haven't swept 80 bucks flat, basically. Kind of 80.06 on HYG. What else? There is a bear argument here. If you did trade like 650 today or tomorrow over the weekend, that would be fine as long as we ramp back up to 670 into a OpEx. But it's not something that I'm willing to trade here. To take that trade. There's this bit down here too. This is SPX gamma. This is kind of bottom of the market right here. There's a couple little let me go down here and show you guys this. There's some garbage down here where we could sit here and like fucking hit the bell, reset options, then back up on Friday. You could even see like down on Sunday and then back up on Monday and up and away. There's a lot of room in here to fucking destroy the options chain. So you got to be careful of this stuff. Like, this stuff is real. You will catch a bounce here, probably 6.5 50. Expect a bounce down here. This is bottom of the market, by the way. This is the put wall down here. So we're close enough to scraping higher. This is just a little bit more risk. I wouldn't be buying puts here at all. This is not worth trading. The most likely trade is up. And you can see it right here, 670. Now, an SPX at least, 670 is up here on SPY. Now, on SPX for OpEx, for the 17th, it would be 675, 0 or 670 and somewhere in here. There is danger here, though. And that danger is not today. That danger is in OpEx. I'll show you the example if you want to see what I'm talking about right now. I'll show you the example. So give me a second here. And we already know this. Like, we did that. We did just, if you're watching the stream, we talked about this yesterday in a private stream. And we talked about it last week and the week before. We'll talk about it again. So we'll do it again when you're all freaked out, when it matters to you now. So give me a second here. Let's go to my screen right here. Let's talk about this. Shit. God damn it. Hold on a second here. Screen capture. Where are we at? Where are we here? Is that the right screen or no? Okay. So we're just going to look at this quickly here, okay? Can you guys see this? Okay, so we're coming into a new quarter. I'll repeat what I said to you this morning at 9:30. I'll repeat it again. So if you look right here, this is the new quarter right here, right? Now, hold on here. So here are your buyers right here, right? Your buyers are actually, can I do this here? I just like how Webull presents for candles for some reason. I don't know why. I just like how how Webull presents candles in traditional charting. I don't like how TradingView presents it. I think it looks like garbage. So we have the new, or not the new quarter. We have go over there. We have the 9/17. We have the September 17th buyers from the Fed rate decision. And these buyers right here, in my view, is what's keeping the market alive into October, November, December, or whatever. This was the, yeah, fuck you, we're going up. So I'm like, okay, we're going up. Now when you have this rate cut, this rate cut is packed into this whole other thing. You get the rate cut, and the idea is that the White House is going to de-escalate trade war. That like PCE is down to 2%, just so you know we've hit our PCE. If you don't know that, I'm telling you. I can give you the math just to show you. So our 2% inflation target has been met. It's not CPI. These people on fucking news keep telling you that we haven't hit it. We have. They keep telling you it's like CPI. It's not. It's based on PCE. And PCE we've hit 2% target. There's like some math you have to do. I think we're at like 1.82 or 1.62. We've actually gone underneath it. So we're at the place to cut rates. Now, you got to remember that you can't cut rates just yet because of so much uncertainty. Well, at least back here you can't. There's like no need to do anything. Not cut, not hike, not nothing. And underneath the surface of the market in the economy, there's cyclical inflation rearing its ugly head, and no one wants to own it. White House doesn't want to own it. No White House wants to own that. And Jerome is not going to admit it either because he likes the soft landing, and I agree with that. He shouldn't rock the boat. You should let a soft land. If you like do too much or too little, or no, not too little, do too much, too quick, you can really shorten cycles and stuff. Cycles or blunt them. Blunt, or that's a bad way to describe it either, too. But in my view, if you didn't cut rates, you would extend this market a little bit farther out. When you start cutting rates over here, there's a potential over here to like go fucking moon, like vertical. You accelerate inflation in the markets and the cheapness of money. At any rate, these fucking buyers over here is the ones you want to be watching. These fucking guys. And seasonally, on a private stream yesterday, I showed you the seasonality where there's still a window between now and the middle of November. There's a window between now and like end of month for a trend change. And there's also a bottoming action in the middle of November. And I showed this to you on a private stream yesterday, right? If you're watching the show and you're a member, community member. So some of this information is public. Some of this information is not public. Now, if you're a member of our community, you've had access to all of this information. So you've got these buyers over here, and we come into the beginning of September, or the end of September. They take a shot at it here, right? And they fail. And when you fail like that, the way is higher. Now we come into the new quarter, October 1, right? And I've been holding a quarterly brief for you. So like breathe a little bit here. I want you to breathe just a minute here. Like calm down, bulls and bears, buyers, sellers, calm down for a minute. You really need to, because at the start of a new quarter, you got to remember that we're looking for way over here in like December or February. Now, what you want to be thinking in this new quarter is what? Now, I've harped on this, which is the beginning of this quarter here, we wound up going up. So your opportunity to hedge is on the highs here. Okay? And then you're looking for an opportunity to go long into the end of quarter. Does that make sense? Hope it does. So you've got the opportunity to hedge, and you've got the opportunity to go long for the quarter, Q3 earnings and Q4, our actual Q4, and then for a print inside of December or February for the upside move, and a hedge to protect what? That long trade, right? That big long trade. So for much farther out in time, right? So you've got, let me just show it to you here. This is December over here. This is the 30th. We'll just do the 30th for now, okay? So you've got the opportunity to hedge the beginning of the quarter, right here. And then you're trying to find some kind of a long here, right? The market's going up. Market's in an uptrend. So you want to find a low, a quarterly low. And there might be more than one. There could be another one over here, believe it or not, in November. But hand grenades and horseshoes, you'll never remember this. You're just going up, right? Trading 6 or 700 or whatever. So you're looking for the opportunity to get long, and you're looking for a hedge. And why do you keep the hedge on? Like seatbelts, right? You're bullish with a seatbelt. We know that the market's ready to fucking dump. It can dump, and the window for us to dump right now is like into middle of November, and then it leaves. I'll show that to you real quick. If you haven't seen it, if you're just a free member, I'll show it to you really quick. We talked about this in private. So you can see right here, someone on FinTwit this week, or a narrative was pushed on the news and on FinTwit that we've passed seasonal weakness, and I'm like, no, that's not true. We don't actually pass seasonal weakness until the 210th trading day of the year. So there's potential for coming back in line again and then heading higher. Now, this would erase a lot of this move, wouldn't it? You know, you shank it down, and then you're off and run to the upside. Or even if it's just something like this, and then back in line to the upside in the end of the year, maybe February or something. But this is dangerous here. This divergence is dangerous. And even down here, we had divergence. We have historical, and we came right back into line again, right? And see it right back in the line, and you know, you get something like this, it can be sketchy, can't it? So, or we just lose the market, bloodbath down. That's what everybody wants, right? Crash, double boner, something crazy like that. Or that's the bear case or whatever. So, when you're in here, you're trying to get, and there's more to this. I got a bunch to tell you here. So, you hedge the beginning of the quarter and the highs if we're on the highs, or you're buying the bottom of the quarter and then you're hedging the highs, depending on where price is. In our case, we're at the beginning of the quarter. You want to hedge the highs, and you want to catch the lows for this bigger trade up and to the right. Now, there are threats to our market, and I think you've seen me on FinTwit post these things. Even recently, I think yesterday I posted some stuff, and the day before I posted about war with China. I posted you some links to what Neely had to say about it, the Federal Reserve, what they had to say about it. The two biggest risks at this point that I can see clearly, like jobs is a problem, and unemployment's not a problem yet. Jobs is a problem, but not yet. Inflation is a problem, but not yet. I'm more concerned with inflation right now than and cuts than I am with jobs at the moment. I would say jobs is the second most important. Right now, inflation is the biggest one, cyclical. The second largest one would be jobs. But jobs don't matter at the moment. The biggest threat to our economy right now in this market, and I've stated this, I went on a rant yesterday on a private stream for like 2 hours. I got off track yesterday, and I sounded like I was MAGA. And you guys know I'm not MAGA. I'm not political like most people are. I don't ascribe to Democrats or Republicans or MAGA or Antifa or whatever. I have my own belief system, and oftentimes politics likes to say, "Oh, if you're not this, you're definitely one of those," and "Oh, if you're not towing the company line or the party line, you're not one of those." So you can get. There's a lot of gray out there, or at least for me in my life there is, and I don't really prescribe or ascribe to any of that shit. I just live my life in my values and stuff. Now, as far as it goes with the market and stuff, the greatest threat that I see is, I've said this to you even on the free stream today, which is escalation of trade war. I was ranting about it even this morning on this public stream. It was a continuation of my conversation yesterday. And that really is the biggest threat to our markets. And And there's a reason for it. We have the corporate profits. The easy way to describe this is that corporate profits are back in line again. I'm going to show you something really quick here, which is you have like normal corporate profits trend, and then you've got the COVID bullshit. Bring it all back into line right now. Actually, we're a little bit higher. We were like this. Corporate profits are great. They never dropped prices. You absorbed it. And then we did tariffs. And when we did tariff war, corporate profits did go down. Producers' profits went down. Now, I know that you think that you absorbed those, but you didn't. But we're now back in line again. And when if from this point forward you see trade war escalation, that means that companies will either have to continue to eat, that brings corporate profits way out of trend, or they pass them along to you, and you can take that hit. But that also means inflation is raging while you're cutting rates over here, rate cut gang, and that is bad for markets. So our market is where it's at, predicated upon no more escalation of trade war. I'm telling you, I promise you. And even Jerome Powell's dovishness is based on that. And even this past week, when you saw Trump saying, "Well, we're gonna, kiss and make up with Canada, and we're gonna kiss and make up with Middle East, and expect more with China. We're gonna kiss and make up with China. We're gonna go to, I'm gonna meet with Z, and we're gonna try to work this out, or whatever, or even just stabilize it. Doesn't have to like improve. You don't need to get rid of tariffs. Everything is fine right now." And I think Moran said the same thing. There's a lot of it's top line. There's a lot of cogs moving, and it's very difficult to ascribe good or bad. But this today with Trump saying that is fucking bad. It's bad for markets. It's bad for everyone's stance. It's bad for rate cut gang over here. It's just bad. It's not good for markets. And just the things he said today. And this is the greatest threat. Now, the real threat is that there's a threat of I'm gonna keep telling you this. I've said this. You guys think I'm fucking crazy, but we're in a window for China to invade Taiwan, blockade Taiwan, some kind of action, and they don't have another fucking window until next fall. And when you see like fucking troops in ICE and troops in the streets, that bothers the fuck out of me. It makes me think that we're gearing up for war again. I was in the Army from 2000 until 2008. Matter of fact, I was stop lossed into late 2009. I got stop lossed in the Army. That Army is completely different than the Army today. It is completely fucking different. And when you're in wartime, in a war like this, the potential for a war like this, you have to whip everybody into shape. Just like in the Senate or the House. There's a whip, right? And we're doing the whip right now. Get in line. All these deals we had are not real, or not, whatever. You don't even need Russia to invade Ukraine. You just need them to cause trouble to keep forces occupied. A coalition of the willing in Taiwan is probably like Japan, Australia, and the U.S. That's it. You'll get some flyover shit in those Southeastern Asian countries, but that's the real coalition. You might get like a few ships from UK and stuff. It's really us. And so you don't know what our intervention is going to be. You don't know how quick the war is going to be. This war, for us to win, needs to be quick. Like 3 weeks. Like it literally needs to be that. If you don't know that, I'm telling you right now. We cannot sustain a prolonged war. It has to be standoffish and fuck them up really fast. I'm not kidding. So this shit's real. This kind of shit is real. Now, what Trump said today is not good at all. So, if we're going to attempt to change trend, or if there's an attempt to change trend, you need a reason to do it. This is one of those reasons. Now, we are wound up into OPEX. So this looks familiar to me. I've seen this before. I've seen this exact move before. I'll show it to you here in just a moment. When you see these, hang tight 1 second here. Hang tight 1 second. I'm getting a phone call right now. I got to check. We got a lot of shit going on in my other life. Hold on here. It's not bad. It's good. Just hold on 1 second. Yeah, fuck that guy. He can wait. Okay, so what I want you to think about right now is this price. Am I on this right now? There we go. What I want you to, sorry, I'm looking at the double screens right now. This price action looks very familiar to me. This is the reason why you hedge on highs at the start of a quarter, and you're getting a print if you're on those highs. Now, the last time I hedged, we did the same thing, and we actually recovered. We're fine. I didn't close my hedge. I left it on for November. So I still have a hedge on right now. I don't actually catch a print unless we hit 36. 36, 32, somewhere in there. I'll actually make $60,000 if we hit anything like 636, 632. I'm fucking rich. I've made a bunch of money since then, but it doesn't fucking matter. It's all like rolling shit and whatever. But at any rate, this quick of a drop is not what I want to see. I would like to see, go up here and hit this Marco guy and all these like CTAs and COTs, vol control gang. I'd like to see us like fade down here, but stay kind of in trend, okay? And not escape trend. If you don't escape trend enough, you go back up. That's important. Now, for where we are right now, what we should do is we should grind. Even if it's down here, it doesn't matter. We should grind and trade back up into OpX. I know you don't want to hear that, but more than likely, this is how we trade. Somewhere right in here, back up, right to where we were, and then we can have the ability to whipsaw down and break trend in a big fucking way into the 30th, wherever that is over there. And that's pretty fucking bad. You can see it right. Actually, you can see it over here. You can see it right there. It looks something like that. Now I'm going to show you what this looks like in the past of breaking trend or the attempt to break trend. So this price action is not what you want to see. If you're a bear, you want to see that. If you're like a bull, you don't want to see that kind of price action. So I'm going to show it to you back here in the inverse. When we try to break trend, major trend. And here it is right here. So this is April. And here's the 10th. It's in the inverse, but that's the same fucking thing. So what you're doing is you're blasting up here instead of blasting down. And then you come back into OpX, which is right here. And you see that in the inverse? You see it in the inverse? You go back to OpX to the drop. This would be 670. But then they're going to take a fucking big old stab at the breakout to the downside over here to get us out of trend. So this would be in the inverse. Does that make any fucking sense to you? I don't know if it does or doesn't, but it should. This is spot down or spot down vol up. And this is the trade we're looking for currently. You break above and slam into 680, 690 or whatever. We're looking for something like this, either now or end of year or whatever. So when we're over here, you see this same price action. The similar price action to that April would be, do this bullshit up here and then bam into the end of the month, and then start fucking getting shanked into November, October 31st, November 15th. And we don't know how low that is. We don't know if that's going to be the 50s. We don't know if that's going to be the 30s, any of that. But this is the first sign of price action that I've seen that is saying, watch the fuck out. This price action right here is very, very, very reminiscent of that. So these buyers over here, these September 17th buyers, they're right here. Come to you right here. They're right here. They're right here. And they're right here. And what's happening to them right now? They're being taken out, aren't they? Well, you can clearly see it, right? And not only that, you're taking out 4-hour candle right here is now taking out 80%. So this candle right here is wide open. We should trade like 654, somewhere in there. Should. Or grind. We can also trade it like this. Fuck around in here. Blast down in after hours over weekend, but then right back up again on Monday. You won't even see it. Like it won't even happen. Like it'll be over weekend. And you'll be like, oh my God, we're gonna crash and all this other bullshit or whatever. And it'll be right back up because we're tied into this OPEX. We are wound up into this monthly OPEX. Now after OPEX and expiration, that's where you get your window of weakness. It's where you're wiping clean all of these calls and puts and whatever. And we can unwind and blast the fuck down into November, like middle of November. It can be vicious from this one candle today. Now, if this is bullshit, what you should see would be, you can see the dip down here, doesn't matter, but you would see violence up here. If you see that violence up there, then nope, we're off and running into November, December, and whatever. So for the moment, I wouldn't get too freaked out over here. We have to talk about one last thing, which would be, so we talked about this in stream yesterday, in a private stream. The one thing you should be very concerned about, though, is escalation. More escalation from where we are. If you go to, let me go back over here so you guys can get back to the main screen really quick. And here's where your sweep is down here, down below. Just want to show it to you right here. This is the bottom of the market right here. Now there's a bunch of shit down here that could help bulls. If you trigger charter hedging flows, that will help bulls, believe it or not. That can help bulls triggering because it firms up the options market. Let me show you I said this on stream yesterday, right? In the private stream. I said to you that there's danger because nobody is hedging. No one is fucking hedging. I was in this private stream yesterday. I'm like, this is not good. I did the cup, right? I did the pot. It's firming up right now as we speak. So none of this was here yesterday. See how people are hedging right now? This is actually good for bulls. Yesterday, all of this was not here. None of this was here yesterday. And I was showing bulls yesterday. I was like, I was like, if I had a bucket and I was a dealer, I would fill my bucket over here. I would fill my bucket over here and then come back for you over here later. Remember the bucket analogy I used for you in the stream yesterday, the private stream? I said, you got this bucket over here. You got this bucket over here. This one's full as fuck. This one's empty. I would rather pay these people than these people. This is now starting to fill in. So this is kind of bullish. Hold on here. This is more supportive now. Not quite yet, but you see it? See how it's growing? So this is a little bit more supportive than you think. We can go down deeper in the market and sweep those lows, that bottom of the market. And that is at 65, right down here. 65.50 and 6,500. Right in here is bottom of the market. And the more that this firms up and the more that you trigger that, the more chance we have to go up and trade that 6,700, which is right here. 6,700. Now, there's danger this becomes resistance. And that's that 6. I think it's 6750 on SPX and 670 on SPY. So in the next, let me go back over here. See all this. Oh, hold on here. Let me go back over there so you can see it. So there's lots of sweeping, like today, tomorrow, Sunday, and then the return to OpX. So this is not good. If you're a bull, it's not good. You can see the attempt, right? We did a big meme yesterday with this guy named Marco. We looked at COTs and we looked at vol control gang, and COTs have been sellers all goddamn year, but CTAs and vol control in particular look like shit, real bad. We spent yesterday morning in probably like an hour of me being, maybe 2 of me being fairly fucking bearish on the risks to market and risks to seasonality, divergence, and all that kind of stuff. So I would say that today is a dead day, and I would say Monday is the chance for you to trade up into the 17th of OpX into 670 on SPY, and I think it's 6750 or in or around there. And I would be a fucking seller on the day of before OpX or the day after OpX. I'd be a seller if there's no new all-time high. You don't see no new all-time high by OpX? They're going to take another fucking swing at it to crash this fucker. 630, 650, or whatever. And shit like literally 20% down. They will try. Sellers will try to do that relief valve into the middle of November. So what do you do here? Not much. You're either going to sit in your hands or you're going to buy some call spreads. You could do that. You could buy some calls in DCA on Monday if you need to. I wouldn't be in puts here personally. I don't like the money here at all. If you're in hedging, you could stay in your hedging until I would say the close today. You don't want to wake up on Monday with a big green bar up your ass. And you could probably reposition it 670 with more hedging if you want. If you are one of the people that have listened to me for the past fucking week say be hedged, congratulations. But I wouldn't be short here into Monday morning or anything. And I wouldn't be too concerned about a crash either. I've looked already at war escalation, and we're always green. Like literally like 16 days later, 10 days later, we're normally green. Especially with this war bullshit with Trump, we're always green. Even World War II, we were green. 3 months later, we weren't, but the first like 10 days or something after Pearl Harbor, we were green. We always return. Always. Even World War II, Pearl Harbor. We returned to the OpX, and then we fucking went down pretty hardcore. So just consider that if you're in panic or if you're in like, oh my God, or whatever. And you already know that we haven't swept the October 1st low until today. I'll show you that one more time. No, where's my screen? Cap screen. I don't know where the fuck I am here. Right there. And there's your October 1st low right here. Now the real danger here is we went past it, didn't we? And this is not good. They're gonna try to sweep all these guys out. See them right here. And try to sweep these guys out. Try to sweep these guys out right here. As a matter of fact, I'll just show you the bars from exactly where they are. There's the first one right here. I can even clean it up for you even more. So you're expecting to be right where we are. This is where they bought first. Right here. This is where they bought second, right? Right here. And if these fucking guys go, right? These guys are missing. These guys right here are missing. You know what that means, right? If these buyers are no longer here, This is the basis for your trade, right? The whole basis is right here. Where did they start next? Down here. This is 34. So these guys right here, they went here, went here, went here. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Come back down here. And you got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But you got Marco above you, right? And so Marco's like, fuck you, we're going down. So this is the basis for this whole trade from 32, way down there. So you want to watch this pretty closely. You want to be watching to see if these guys are going to buy. You can see them right here, fairly easy. There, and right where we are right now. So we want to see if these guys are still here. If they're not here, and we trade up in OPEX, we will trade down to 630. It's a 500-point drop. Figure 500-point drop is yeah, 6.5%. Or sorry, I said 500 points. I mean 50 points if you're on SPY. On SPX, it's 500 points, but an ES, same thing, but on SPY, it's 50. So you kind of have to be, if you're a bull, you can trade this to 670, but you want to be stepping off at 670, and you want to wait and see. Or if you see the new all-time high, you wait for the back test on the hourly trigger to get bulled up again. Yeah, a whole ton of fuckery. This is the basis for this whole trade. This is the basis for the trade into the whole quarter. If you see the rejection of 670 in OPEX or anything like that, you could see us sell into middle of November minimum, potentially the whole year. But I would be looking towards middle of November, and I'd be looking towards 5 or 630. But we don't know that yet, so we're just sitting on a minute trigger or a minute chart right now. Don't get too crazy here with Crazy Town. Now, I guess the last question would be, can we crash over the weekend or anything? Not that I can see. You might get a little bit more down, but it should revert straight back up. I don't see the crash, and I don't see it off what Trump said either. The rhetoric from Trump on a Truth Social tweet is not enough for that danger. There was some more rhetoric from Z today, I think, purportedly. Don't quote me on that because I have to confirm it myself. But I saw some tweets from Z, supposedly, where he was getting more crazy or whatever. For a real crash, you would need an actual war of some kind. But this is not good. You got to remember that the whole market is based upon a construct of de-escalation, even if it's just, we're not going to do any more tariffs. It's based on being able to meet with other countries' heads of state, and that's always good for markets. Always. If you got two guys in a corner, I've related this to you in the past, right? Two guys in the corner fighting. You're like, oh, that's bad. But if you sit them down so they can talk for 5 minutes, that's actually good. Any de-escalation is good. Any stopping of hostilities is good. So Trump today, I'm going to read a few things to you here. I'm going to start here from the bottom. I wonder if he's pissed off about the Nobel Prize. I wonder if Trump's pissed off today about Nobel Prize. I swear to God. Let me see if I can find it here. It says that Trump has a speech here at 5 p.m. That's not good. It's Trump's Oval Office event on lowering drug costs is at 5 p.m. today. That's not good. They're gonna blow him up. The reporters are gonna blow him up in that meeting. They're not gonna give a fuck about drug costs. They will pepper him the entire time about China. The U.S. Treasury Department an hour ago saying that the U.S. Treasury prepares exceptional measures to safeguard market stability. Now, before this drop, I told you that, didn't I? I was on my rant about China. I was like, Trump's probably watching this show and freaked out. I was like, Trump's probably watching this fucking show, and we set him off. He's like, fuck it, I'm going to go on Truth Social and say fuck Z and fuck China. But the U.S. Treasury prepares exceptional measures to safeguard market stability. And I said that to you before the drop today, before all this information came out. The U.S. will protect its debt with money, no matter what. The Lannisters always pay their debts. That's what this means. U.S. Treasury Department prepares exceptional measures to safeguard market stability. Trump quoted as saying, China becoming very hostile. Trump will be forced to financially counter China's move. That is called trade war laddering or war laddering. If you don't know what that means, you can Google search it. Laddering warfare is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Now, Trump is Taco Trump. He says a lot of rhetoric and shit. But when you say things like that, it's fucking bad. It really is. And I don't give a fuck if it's taco time or he's just being pissed off or stinky because he won the Nobel Prize. But it's bad. He says Trump will be forced into to financially counter China's move, calculating increased tariffs on Chinese products. That's not good. I'll tell you right now. I've shown you on the show corporate profits, non-financial corporate profits. Those fucking, like, you got to remember, like, I just said this 5 minutes ago. I'm not going to rehash it. But that's not good. Trump calculating increased tariffs on Chinese products. Many countermeasures under consideration on China. I was to meet Z in 2 weeks. Now it seems no reason to do so. I was set to meet Z in 2 weeks, no reason to do so. Offshore yuan pairs gains as Trump suggests tariff hikes. NASDAQ falls 0.8% after Trump-China comments. Treasuries today's highs after Trump threatens tariff hike. Gold spot rises. That's on war fear. Trump to announce deal with forget the deal with Azar. That doesn't mean anything. And I think that's all I got. Does anybody have that Trump tweet by chance? Anybody got that Trump tweet so I can read it on the show? You guys post it in the Discord? Hold on here. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think it's all posturing, but this is not good. It really isn't. Now, what is more important here, too? I showed this on the private stream yesterday. Did you remember it? I said to you that you've got the APAC meeting coming up, right? Let's go back and look at it. We're going back to Avgo again. We got GTC here, too. You got GTC, which is October 1st. And the APAC conference or summit is October 27th until November 1st. You've got GTC on October 1st. You've got NVDA earnings on November 3rd. And you want to bring in some volatility into that time period. You know, there's vol there with Avgo, with NVDA, into that APAC conference. So they better kiss and make up, right? And the GTC is October 1st. And so you've got sorry, not October 1st, November 1st, excuse me. I got on the wrong date there. But you've got the, let me just check on GTC, make sure that's right. Yeah, October 29th, 27th to the 29th. So you've got Huang meeting at the same time with Trump kissing faces with Z. And now you don't have Trump kissing and making up with Z. You've got fuck them, we'll raise tariffs and they'll raise tariffs and all that kind of shit. So both of these are at the end of the month of October. So you've got NVIDIA earnings, you've got GTC, you've got APAC in that time period, and you've got OpEx coming up. So you're trading up to 670. And if you go into that OpEx on the 17th, and then on the 21st, I think, is Vixpiration. And you have a window of weakness. And if this doesn't resolve itself between now and then, heading into Huang and GTC and AMD, say like AMD, there's a whole bunch of these quantum computing companies and AI companies and robotics companies are all at that big thing. And, you know, like, how do you would go risk off, wouldn't you? Well, you come into OpEx and you're tied into it. There will be people that will, you know, like you come into OpEx, right? Again, come into OpEx print. You're going to get people that, if this isn't resolved, that aren't going to give two flying fucks about taco time. They're not going to care. If you don't have Huang on board and you don't have Trump on board, you don't have Z on board, and you don't have Trump heading to the APAC conference to have that summit or whatever, that quiet meeting behind closed doors, you would see risk-off behavior into that summit. So that's how you get down. You get down from OpEx from window of weakness, Vixpiration, and no deal between China and those guys. I would be very afraid after OpEx for NVDA, AMD, any of those, anything that's like TSMC or Taiwan Semiconductor. I'd be concerned about them too. Only if there's no deal, no meeting. You need that fucking meeting between these guys to take place. The bull thesis kind of relies upon it heading into that time period. Just hang out here. I expect that we don't do shit from now into the weekend. And I think if you have any down moves in the over the weekend, unless there's escalation, it'll recover by Monday morning, and we'll head back up towards the 17th. I got calls right now. I'm long as fuck for the 17th. Just to let you know, full disclosure, I'm long with a lot of money, tens of thousands of dollars, and I believe this 100%. Now I have a hedge on still, but I don't get paid on it unless we hit 36 or 32. And I think I can hit that. If I can, I'm going to leave that hedge on now. I was going to hedge again, roll a hedge, but I didn't. I've been wanting to roll hedge for a couple days, but this one's still on, and I don't want to see like 80. I'm like kind of greedy. to roll that hedge. I want like 85, or excuse me, 680, or not 85, sorry, 675, 680. That's where I want to roll my hedge. So it stays on right now for that November OPEX. And I'll get a big print on that. So anyways, can you tell 1 second? I'm ringing again. I got to deal with this real quick. I mean, it's 1:24. I haven't taken a break. I've been here since 9:30, so it's been 4 fucking hours. I just need one quick break. Yeah, I'm in straight calls. I looked at the call spreads, but they were garbage. Well, not garbage. They just didn't offer the risk versus reward for me. The call spreads were paying 100%, maybe 150. They were 100%, but there was like a little bit of more for 150%. The convex call spreads didn't pay enough either for where I needed to get from the print. So I didn't like that risk either. And I'm in the money enough. As long as we're not at 662, 665, I'll make some money. So now the risk to me right now is what? If we crash over the weekend, war escalation, I will pay for my trade. That's why I trade six. So I'm trying to trade 60 grand. It'll cover my trade. I'll be flat at that point. I would be, so if I lose this trade, I'll be flat. For me to lose this trade, we got to trade 632 over the weekend or something crazy, 636, or into November or something like that. It would pay for this long that I have. So that's about where I'm at right now. What else? You guys understand all this? No, maybe? I don't know. But I am long here. What else? In a significant way, not zero dates, not weeklies, none of that shit. I'm long as fuck here. Now, what else do we probably need to know here? Not much. If you were in the private stream yesterday morning, none of this shocks you, right? We went over this yesterday in the morning. You can go back. If you watched the show yesterday, that link is still available. You can just go back and watch from 9:30 until I went on a rant yesterday for like 2 fucking hours. Get hedged. Now is the time to hedge. Don't follow me, though. You guys aren't in my trades. Like, you guys aren't in my hedge. I remember when I put that hedge on, you guys are picking like a month out or some shit. And I was like, fuck no, it's so cheap. Like, you can buy time now. It's like, I don't know that any of you are even in that trade with me. You know, so or follow my trades to the T and you'll be fine. But a lot of you don't. You guys pick like 1 or 2 trades and that's it. Or the degenerate trade or whatever. So, for me, I think I'm going to make this money and my hedge will stay on. I don't even want to roll it now. When we get into the OPEX, though, if we ain't fucking trading higher on OPEX, and if there's no deal with Trump into OPEX, I'm going to put an even bigger hedge on. I'll probably roll that 60K into, that 60K is going to pay me a lot of fucking money. I'll probably roll that into a massive hedge on the market. I could get rich this year. It's potentially I could get rich. I might get rich this year. It's possible. There's a small chance. Tiniest chance to get rich this year. I'm not rich yet this year. If I get rich this year, I'd be pretty happy with that. If you're trying to trade a crash over the weekend, don't. Not in cash market. You could potentially do it with futures, but I fucking hate being in futures over a weekend. I fucking hate it. I do not like. If we were in a bear market, I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind being short futures over a weekend, but in a bull market, don't fuck with it. You get eaten alive. You will get a margin call, so don't do it. Please don't. There's so much time to do it. There's like so much time to be in a bear market to be short over a weekend. As a rule, in a bull market, don't fucking be short. Or even where we are, just don't be fucking. I guess in a bull market you could be, If we're underneath the daily trigger and rejecting with a new low, only then I would say do it, but don't do it right now. Don't fuck around. If you were already in a hedge, you could consider closing them and repositioning if you wanted to, or hold them through the weekend. You could stay in your puts or whatever your hedge is over the weekend, but I don't recommend starting a new bearish position here at all. They're selling you puts right now. You can see it. I just showed it to you on the net gamma, so don't fuck with it. And I showed it earlier in the Discord. I posted the 1 day put 1 day puts that were coming in. Don't fucking. That's not good for bears. Don't do it. Just don't do it. And you got to remember too that there are charters for professionals to hedge. They were not hedged. I told you that yesterday. I was like, hey, you see that over there? Nobody's hedged. They're hedging now. And they're going to fucking hedge on OpX. So that could be supportive to markets too. So if you hedge enough, more than the call side, instill enough fear, we can go higher. If everybody thinks that's going to happen. So be on the right side of the trade. Don't be like the rest of them that have to do these things. You're quicker than them. I'm long right now, so it worked 2 days ago, didn't it? I got out a little early. Opland Group and I got out too early. We should have stayed the fuck long and went to all-time highs. I've been fucking rich. But whatever. I'll do the same thing now, too. So Opland Group, if you're out there, I'll still close these fucking things before all-time highs. 670, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm out. I don't care about all-time highs or any of that kind of stuff. Don't do zero dates here. They're going to grind us. If I was a dealer, I would grind you all day long. That's why I'm saying no, don't go calls here. If I was a dealer, I'd be like, fuck these bulls. I would shank the fucking chain on calls. I would do everything I possibly could between now and Monday to destroy the call chain. That's what I would do. I'd make you buy. But if I was a dealer, that's what I would do to you. And then Monday, I'd let it run hotter again, and force you to buy more calls on Monday. So, and I'll probably have to buy more calls on Monday. I already know that. I knew that buying the calls, that I'd likely have to buy again on Monday, which is fine. I don't want to miss the ride up one way or another. So, but we are going higher. No, if you're a fucking bear out there, no. There's no way that you break OpX. We're locked in. It's like a magnet. There's nothing you can do about it. I've looked back on this shit. Let me see if I can find this stuff really quick. I think I posted this in the Discord. Hold on a second here. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and post a couple things for the Discord. It's on another computer. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna go piss really quick. Do not fucking go short here. Even the last 15, 20 minutes, the little down move we had, all this stuff right here. Don't fuck with this stuff. This is not to be fucked with. Don't take that trade. You're just as soon you're gonna get rammed up your ass. So don't bother with it. The move has already been made. If you're hedged, you made the money. Don't follow along with these crazy people. We already talked about this trade before it happened. So don't fucking do it. Don't. Please, God, don't. I know you're going short. Just don't do it. Just trade was literally yesterday in this private stream. I told you, be hedged. And I said it to you all earlier this week. Since the first, I've told you. Any of these highs, you roll your hedges, do what you need to do. Give me like 15 minutes. I'll be right back. I gotta grab the computer. I'm gonna post some stuff for you in the Discord, some data for you, and especially data for those of you that think we're gonna crash over the weekend. I've got the data, and I'll post it for you. Not gonna happen. Like every fucking war, they got to get into OpX. Once they're in OpX, then they can do that. OpX month end, if things are still shit, they will do that. But This is not your market, and it's not Trump's market. It's not Z's market or anyone else's. It's the streets market. So don't fuck with it. And don't worry about Marco. We already know that Marco is up there. We already know. We knew this earlier this week. We were posting memes yesterday about Marco in the Discord. Yeah, you're going to be fine. You're making money back. Don't sweat. If you've lost today, don't sweat it. It's not a big deal. Let me just check my shit really quick, make sure I'm not red. I'm good. I'm okay right now. I'll be back with you guys in just a bit. Give me like 5 minutes here. I did lose some money earlier today, by the way. I told him in the Discord earlier, but I lost some money. But I'm back again, so I'm good. I'm so back, baby. I'm very back. Hold on. And by the way, riding the Nar. If you're out there watching right now, riding the Nar, congratulations. Riding the Nar called the roll today. Fucking goddamn. I'll be right back. Thank you. I got a bunch of shit on my laptop and not on this computer. And I want to put it in the Discord. All right, I'm back. We're gonna talk about all right, give me a minute here. We're in the grind now. Grind. There's a little bit of a potential downside move here into the close. I don't know if you can trade this without trading futures. At 5 p.m. we have, hold on a second here, guys. I got something I got to do here. I want to talk to you about a stock that I've been looking at here. Give me one quick second here. Hell yeah, you can get bear music. Of course you can. Oh shit, Talking Monkeys here. We're going to get banned. We're in so much trouble. He was on vacation. Okay. Give me one quick second here, guys. Just got to check something. Is Barron Trump really going to run TikTok? Please tell me that's not true. Dan Ives, baby. My man Dan Ives say buy all this shit. Uh-oh. Oh, New York Post is reporting that as real? Oh God. I just read the Barron Trump is a hit with the ladies at his private school. I read that like a week or two ago. It was so creepy and gnarly. I was like, okay, whatever. How you guys doing? Yeah, I saw that, Princess. I saw that. Well, I had to go I had some stuff picked up from my house, like debris and stuff. And the guy had a big claw, and I had to go check on it outside. And I was sitting here for like 4 straight hours. So I got to take a quick break. Hang tight 1 second here. Awesome. Okay. We're going to switch gears here just for a minute. And I had a request to look at this stock ticker. And we're going to chat about it right now if we can. Let me see. I'm going to bring this over here. And we're going to take a quick peek at it. A friend of the show here is in this trade right now. This is hold on here. Come on now. Hold on. We got going on here. Hold on. Got some wonkiness going on here. I don't know what I did wrong here. I did something wrong. Here, we'll go to another chart here. We're going to look at UAMY. This is United States Antimony Corporation. What is going on? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Stop. This thing's going to be a pain in the ass, isn't it? Exit. Yes. Oh, shoot. Ruh-roh. Hold on here. I'm making all kinds of mistakes here. Get out of there. Okay, we're good. Okay, there we go. I think we got this. This is a little bit unexpected here. Okay, we're gonna get rid of some of this. We're gonna look at I just gotta set this up here. Hold on. We'll bring this up right here. See all that. We're gonna look at this one. This one. So we've been talking about rare earth metals, commodities. It's been a big discussion. Yesterday we had a private stream where we went over palladium and looking for a low to enter on palladium. Gold, lots of rotation to gold, of course. Then we did a big rotation into silver. And palladium hasn't really run yet, but it was a little hot. So we said, let's go into it a little bit lower. We're fairly close to a buy-in on palladium. Now on that same topic, UAMY, United States Antimony Corporation, they've been on a run, and their revs are through the roof. If you take a peek at UAMY's quarterly returns, they're monster right now. Their earnings per share are cranking as well. This is one of those companies where they're not quite a new company. They've been around for a while. So I tend not to look at these too frequently. They're this old, and this one's been moving. We're going to hide that really quick. That's a pretty good run right there, right? From December of 2024, they were trading $1.31. And they just cranked up here and hit our favorite number, $13.93. So they're fighting for that $15. Now, what's interesting about this company, for me at least, is I think they're in their last wave right here. This is probably their last wave. They might get one more bump higher. Just look at it like this. You get your big inflection point here, and this is your third wave. And you might get a fifth in here to fight for that $15 mark to show you're bullish. I know. It's pretty bullish right now at $15 right here. But you're always looking for big round numbers on any of these stocks. Any stock, you're looking for zeros and fives, right? The first thing that you're trying to do is show that you can break above $10. So here's $10. Way down there. So the first step in this process is what? Here's $10. You see the rejection right here. And then you have the break above the back test, which is successful. And you smash up here. And like all fives and zeros, you have sellers, right? To the downside. And they're gonna try to like sell it into you, right? So we're like $13.94. So this process here could take a little time. You might even spike up here and hit this. That would be your fifth wave. But you may not as well. If you look at UAMY on their 30-minute velocity, it's very long in the tooth. Some of the best velocity it's had in a very long time. You can see this last one was in December of 24. The last one here was in April 15th of 2024. Or excuse me, 2025. And then they had this monster run in here. And it's really maxing out right now. You can kind of see it. It's maxing out. It's maxing out on an hourly. You might catch one more bump here. Tops take a little bit. But I want to show you this, more importantly, your daily velocity here. And you're a monster right now. Your monthly is at almost max. Not quite, but almost. It already beat. Your weekly is at maxed out right now. And your quarterly is maxed out. So this stock has moved. And you're on a max daily velocity as well. So pretty long in the tooth. Doesn't mean it's going to stop here. It just means it needs to cool down. We're going to look back here on a 4-hour basis. This is UAMY. They produce and sell antimony, zeolite, and precious metals in the United States and Canada. It operates 2 segments. The company offers antimony oxide that is primarily used in conjunction with a halogen to form synergistic flame retardant systems for plastics, rubber, fiberglass, textile goods, paints, coatings, and paper, as well as color fasteners and paints, and phosphorescent agent in fluorescent light bulbs. Now, if you know anything about the paint business or the home improvement business, but the paint business in particular, and hardware company business, they were in the bottom of the trend on the Fred's website, and they're looking to start moving higher. So this is one of those adjoining companies that is benefiting from the bottom of the paint and hardware company or hardware slump that was taking place on a larger scale, right? Or the companies that use this kind of stuff. The other thing about this is that I was asked, where do you buy the dip on this company? When you top like this, it can be a process of topping. You can see stuff like this, price action like this. Nobody wants to sell. Everyone's going to point to higher highs, or they're buying at the wrong price. Now, this friend of the show bought very low, like $3. So he's in from nowhere, way, way, way down there. And he's like, should I take some off the top or not? I already took some off the top. And I was like, yeah, take some off the top. And I said, not only take some off the top, but you might get some more chances for a high or two for you to get max money out of this. 400% trade for him. Pretty good, right? I'm not going to say his name, but, or maybe, you know what I can say is I can probably say his name is Joe. I'll say his name is Joe. It's not the Joe you're thinking about. But at any rate, what we need to look at here is a few different places. We're going to look at the 1 week. And you can see where the instigation of this trade is. The instigation's right here. It back tested right here, and it's going higher. We want to mark off this 1 week right here. This is $5.51. Now, true correction would go about that deep. That's also where your weekly trigger is, or will be when you get there. But I don't think you're going that low. Let's take a peek at the daily. I'm not going to mark these off because I think if you break through this right here, you're going to sweep this low anyways, some kind of this low. So we're going to look at the 4 hour here. And what we really need to know about this is there's an A, like a triangle, right? See the triangle right here? You kind of only need to hold this $10, but when you do, you'll sometimes sweep these lows, clear out all the late stage buyers, right? Capitulation moves, wicking the candle higher. Okay. So what we want to look at here in this 4 hour basis is this right here. And you want to look at that 4 hour right there, and this 4 hour right here, and this 4 hour right here, and this one right here. And we'll get rid of this right here for now. We'll just move this one down because we have it. Oh, there's another one right on top of it. That makes sense too. That white line that I had there is important because it will be the second leg correction for this stock. So there's your 4 hour time frame, right? 4 hour bar. We'll put the other 2 in just so as reference points for how to trade this stock in the future. So Joe wants to know, where do I buy the dip? And what should I expect out of this? And we've got the $15, but the target here is more than likely, if we don't go into like sell the whole entire world or anything, the target here is probably like December. This is, let's go to December 4th or 30th. 31st, excuse me. Right there. December 31st. Let me move some of this back here so we can see it. And we're just going to work on this right here. We're going to do a weekly expectation just so you can see it. This is your 1 week. And if you look closely with me, you'll see that you've hit your target. This is your R5. This is your auto sell. This is called 2 standard deviations in a week. You always sell this. If you're on a weekly basis, you hit your target. It's right here. You always sell that on a weekly basis. On a monthly basis, we'll look at that next. It's slightly higher. And that weekly basis is right here. You can see it right here. Or excuse me, your monthly basis, right here. And this could imply somewhere in here and down, at least on a monthly basis. And we'll move this over to the 17th. This is OPEX. Right in there. Possible that you trade that 16.37 or even reject the $15 here. We're going to get rid of this. This isn't really what I care about. You'll notice that I drew this in a dotted line. It means that I don't care about this. So when you top, it's a process. Topping is always a process. Like, come in here, fail the new high, we're down. Come in here, even pop up, doesn't matter. There are sellers here is what is more important. You've got sellers here, sell or sell pressure. And these guys won't go away. They're not going to leave. So you're likely going to hear people say, like, it's going higher, it's going higher, it's going higher, it's going higher. They're lying. They're just trapped. So what does that mean for us? We're going to now remove the pivots. We have some information here. And that would be your 5th wave right here. I think that was 1635. Somewhere in there. About there. You've done all that you need to do to prove that you can go to $20. You don't need to do anything else. And the only other thing you need to do is hold on to $10. Not a wick, not a low, just this zone right here. It's $10. So you can come all the way down here, dip your wick, come back up, and you're still in the clear to trade $20. Okay? So if we're looking at this right here, cool the jets of velocity a little bit. You've got the target over here for $20 or even higher. But the target for now is $20. Could be $22.50, but that's your next target up there. And how do you get there with this velocity the way that it is? And the count that you have going on over here looks complete-ish. So you're looking for a correction. And that correction should be 2 phases. So I'm going to do it just like this. Here's this top, right? I'm going to take this first one out on the hourly trigger right here. Pull this back up again. This is your capitulation from all these trapped FOMOers. They'll be like, oh, God, just please get me out of this, right? In reality, you're going to come right back down here to about 841 right here. And possibly lower, but right about there. You're not getting up there. You're going to close that gap right here. Right? You're going to close this gap right there. You're right there, right about there. And remember this one over here. So we'll go right over here. Wait. Yep. We'll clean this up here in just a minute. Now, why am I showing this right here? I'm showing this because of this daily trigger. When you look back on the instigation of this trade, buyers here, buyers there, buyers here, happy buyers, by the way. Looks like Joe was in with the happy buyers. And you have happy buyers over here. Same happy buyers, same happy buyers, same happy buyers. So these buyers right in here. That's happy times. And these guys take their money and run, right? Up here, 1, 2, 3. They're taking their money. And those guys want to know where to get back in. And your next trade is going to be up here to trade this $20. We're going to look for the middle of, or the November OpEx. So OpEx calendar. Is October, or excuse me, November 21st. So right in here, it's a Friday. I'm gonna move this over right in here. This could take a little bit of time to get down there, but just right in there. Move that over just like so. Move that right there. Right in there. Put that right there. There's your monthly expectation on your OpEx. The expectation, it's something like this. You may be thinking to yourself, like, why would it go this deep right here? It's because of these buyers. These buyers are hanging out down here waiting for a dip buy. Now, not only that, when I draw these things here, the better way to draw this would be like this. This. There. This down here. This one right here. That one. There. That one right there. Right in there. Now, when I draw these in for you, I want you to think about two things. I want you to think about the arrow that is not, or the arrow that's solid. And I'm going to write for you in here where to add to your position. This is way down here. There's a little buy right here. I'll make it B. I don't like this one in particular personally, but if you think we're going to go higher to 20 before, your buy point is $11.17. Your next DCA is at $9.92. That's a buy. And your next one's right here, just so you can see it. Now, personally, if you're in at $3, I would not be adding here, but I would add somewhere in here or here. So I would just get rid of this. You can do this if you want, if you think it's going to continue to go vertical, but it doesn't look like it's going to me. But you can leave that one there. And more importantly, your daily trigger is coming up. You can see it right in there. And you can see your weekly trigger right here. Right in there. So you can see that right there. There is some risk heading into the end of November of a bloodbath in the middle of the month. This is the OPEX. You would only see that low down here for like an hour on OPEX day. The only place that I see like you won't even notice it. It'll just look like a candle like this and a wick. No one remembers the wicks, but just think about that. That's at $5.51. You're in at $3.50. So keep your or set an alert. For me, it would be set an alert on 11:18, 9. I think it's 9:71 somewhere in here. Kind of see it right there. And I'll just write this in here. As a matter of fact, I'm going to hit this and I'll buy it with you. Crossing down once per minute. And I'll add another one right here. That alert on horizontal line, crossing down once per minute. So if you can look closely here, I want to be a buyer somewhere in here. This is also the halfback trade. So you can see the trade right here. The halfback trade comes down into right about here. Maybe you wick down a little bit and come back up, and you're up and rock and roll. If there's any concern in here, it would be right at this level. This blue one right here. Anything below $8.02, I would be out. So if you're in for $3 and you're buying the dip down here and you're like, it's kind of like fucky down here, I would be concerned about this down here. I'd just be risk off and then buy that again, and you're off and running. So just risk management, that kind of stuff. Now there is one problem here, which I think that I don't hold a lot of trust in this, but let's take a peek here. Let's just check their ER. Their earnings date is November 11th. And this makes sense. I didn't even know it was today or on this date. This makes sense. This is your ER. And this makes sense. Everybody's bulled up. Probably, I bet you if you look at this stock ticker, matter of fact, I'm just going to change this now to an X. And here's your double top right here. Fade. I'm going to tell you right now. Fade your ER. You'll catch a pop off it. They'll sell you down again. And then all those call holders, they're not going to get paid until afterwards, after their ER. Let me just check their ERs really quick. They do stay in trend. But if you check the November 4th of 2024 ER, let's go look at that really quick. Where's cap screen? God, this is not work. I'm having issues today. If you look right over here, the price action to me looks very similar to, and this is a like small stock, you know. You're going to be looking for similarities. These stocks don't always run exactly like the S&P 500, or I would assume it's going to run something similar to traditional charting. So if you look just right here, they had this big, nice high, and then they dumped right into right past their ER. And I didn't know this. I just figured it out just now. Like I charted it, and then I looked at this, and I go, oh yeah, it looks fairly similar. And you would expect some of the price action to be based upon prior price action with a stock like this. So if you're going to be looking at this one right here, it looks similar, doesn't it? You're a little bit long in the tooth. I'm going to keep this one at a dotted because I don't know if you can get up there. I think it's topping. And I think there's going to be a fade into your ER. And then you're going to get your hopes up and flush you one more time. And then only then do you get to unclench after your ER. I'm going to assume this is going to be something big for this company. So, Joe, if you're watching right now, I will send this to you. The only thing I would say to you in here, if there's any danger for you to downside, if there's any danger at all, I don't know where they mine their stuff, if it's in the U.S. or not. But if it's not in the U.S. and you see trade war get worse, it could be a bloodbath down into your not only your ER, but if they give you some bad guide or something like, oh yeah, man, China war is gonna fuck us all up or something like that. I haven't looked to see where they mine this stuff, but just keep that in mind from this point forward. So there's UAMY, and that's what I've got it going to and as. And what I'll do is I'll email this to you. And as a matter of fact, what's crazy about this is see these guys right here? They're going to get trapped in here. And they're just going to want to get out. And you're going to be the buyer down there to go up again. So I'll monitor this and keep it. I'll monitor it and keep it in the background here. And I'll keep you updated if this thing hits. But I will join you in the trade. I'll join you in the trade at $10.13 and $8.42, as long as market conditions are good for you. This whole thing right here, don't get caught in this. This looks a lot like this right here. See how they went up? Come back up again, and then flush. And your daily trigger right now is doing that same thing. Go up here and then flush. You see it? There, it's here. So you're just Johnny on the spot over here. I think trading this is dangerous. It would suck to be like, oh yeah, bro, it's going up, and then you get flushed down. Kind of fucks with your emotions and stuff. So be careful of this price action taking place on a larger scale over here. And you might get one more plunge over here. You may or may not. Sometimes you'll see it. You didn't see it here. So if you have some exposure here. And there's one last part about this. When you see these straight lines like this that are not dotted, you can chase. So I want to show it to you like this. So let's say you DCA, 30%. Let's say you get $1,000. You put in $300 here. Your daily trigger as it comes up remember how it ran over here? If your hourly trigger comes back up, and you see price break above the prior high, breaks up here and comes back down, you can add again. So you can do it right from here. And if it like breaks through the prior high, it should come right back down onto your hourly trigger, which it did over here too. And you just chase the hourly trigger, and you don't even have to worry about DCAing down here. I hope that helps. So right there. And there's probably some kind of right there. See it right there. Kind of see that right there. There you go. There's your $20 right there, right at the end of the year. And I'll email this to you right now. For the rest of you out there, you scoundrels, UAMY, put it on your charts. I've got it on the earnings Q3 chart, so we'll watch this closely into the end of the year. Down here's a great dip by like $9 for double. It's fairly good. 100% trade. UAMY. They're a little long in the tooth right now. You want to be watching for trap buyers, and I would stay away from socials on this one. It's going up, bro. Don't fuck with that. Just wait for it to come back down into your daily trigger. Scoop all those people up and get out of here. They'll be crying and whining this whole entire way on this one. Let me just check and see if he's okay now. I think he's watching the show right now. Check with him. He sold it all. Good job. Good job selling, Joe. He said he sold 95% of it. Good job. Take your money and run. You made 300%. Congratulations. We'll come back for more in a bit. And Joey, I'll don't worry about even what that is. Don't be like, oh, I got to chase that. Don't fuck with that. Daily trigger is where you want to be. This is where the happiest traders are in the stock. You can see it right here. Even you can see it right there, right there, right there. And that daily trigger is lower. We're currently sitting at 692. Now, this being a small stock, you could jackknife down and do this and just start buying. Like this is either time or price. It doesn't matter if it's right now or if it's, in November. I'm just giving you some key inflection points to watch for. Hope that helps, man. Congrats. Take the money and run. Enjoy the money. All right. And I'll go back to the your regular scheduled program now, the ER reviews and the market. We have more weakness into this close. I'll bring this up for you right here. They're scraping the bottom. See it right there. Give me 1 second. I got to talk to this guy. Hold on. You guys want to go to an hourly basis instead of this? Here, we'll go to an hour. We'll make this simple for you so you're not fucking going crazy. Right here. This is where we've been for the past 4 hours. Right here. This is all we are, right here. You guys are fucking crazy. You guys see a 1 minute chart and you think the world's ending. Good. I've got the Truth Social post now. Some very strange things are happening in China. They are becoming very hostile and sending letters to countries throughout the world that they want to impose export controls on each and every element of production having to do with rare earths and virtually anything else they can think of, even if it's not manufactured in China. Nobody has ever seen anything like this, but essentially it would clog the markets and make life difficult for virtually every country in the world, especially for China. We have been contacted by other countries who are extremely angry at this great trade hostility, which came out of nowhere. Our relationship with China over the past 6 months has been a very good one, thereby making this move on trade an even more surprising one. I've always felt that they've been lying in wait, and now, as usual, I have been proven right. There is no way that China should be allowed to hold the world captive, but that seems to have been in their plan for quite some time, starting with the magnets and other elements that they have quietly amassed into somewhat of a monopoly position. A rather sinister and hostile move, to say the least. But the U.S. has monopoly positions also, which much stronger and more far-reaching than China's. I have just not chosen to use them, and there was never a reason for me to do so until now. The letter they sent is many pages long and details with great specificity, each and every element that they want to withhold from other nations. Things that were routine are no longer routine at all. I have not spoken to President Xi because there was no reason to do so. This was a real surprise. Now, that's bullshit. He wanted to speak to Xi at this new conference. So this is just some more shitting up from Trump. This was a real surprise. I think that was a surprise, not only to me, but to all the leaders of the free world. I was to meet President Xi in 2 weeks. Okay, so he did say that at APEC in South Korea, but now there seems to be no reason to do so. The Chinese letters were especially inappropriate in that this was the day that, after 3,000 years of bedlam and fighting, there is peace in the Middle East. Gotta be kidding me. He solved the Middle Eastern war today, I guess. I wonder if that timing was coincidental. Dependent on what China says about the hostile order they have just put out, I will be forced as president of the United States to financially counter their move. For every element that they have been able to monopolize, we have two. I never thought it would come to this, but perhaps, as with all things, the time has come. That's not nice. The time has come. He's implying an escalation in trade warfare. When you elevate, if you guys, I'll try to find the post that I've got on the website for you on this. Laddering trade warfare is dangerous. And Trump is saying that as much in this Truth Social post. And I want to read this to you one more time here. I wonder if that timing was coincidental, depending on what China does with the hostile order that they have just put out and forced the President of the United States to financially counter their move. But for every element that they have been able to monopolize, we have two. Now, this is where it gets kind of funky. I never thought it would come to this, but perhaps, as with all things, the time has come. Period. That's the escalation part. Ultimately, though, potentially painful, it will be a very good thing in the end for the USA. And this is key here. And we've talked about this in the show, which is how much pain. There will be pain. It's just a question of how much pain there is in this process. And I don't think Trump, and you got to remember, I'm not MAGA. I don't like Trump at all. I don't like how he does things, the way he goes about things. But I can understand if he's going away with the way about certain things publicly. There may be things that we don't know in the background that's not public. And this might have to do with our allies, too. Very heady shit, right? Now, Trump has a tendency to say things he shouldn't in public, in my view. But even now, he's saying this. And, when you say, like, this part here where he says, ultimately, though, potentially painful, it will be a very good thing in the end for the USA. Now, he has to say that as a president. You've heard me say that, right? About the pain. The question of how much pain there is unknown yet. Even Moran acknowledges that. When we go through these economic shifts in new economies, some of them are very painful and some of them not so much. And I don't think that anyone can claim to know how much pain there will be. For every element that has been to monopolize, though potentially painful, it will be a very good thing in the end for the USA. And I agree with that. You're going to fight to the end as a U.S. citizen. One of the policies that we are calculating at this moment, listen to this closely. One of the policies that we are calculating at this moment is a massive increase of tariffs on Chinese products. And I went over you with this past week, and especially even more so, I went over you with the corporate profits and where they stand with tariffs, and that the producers and the corporos at this point are going to face, if we increase this trade war, they're going to face an inflection point where they have to continue to eat profit, which would put them in their Q4 expectations way lower, and they're going to hit them more than likely, or they're going to pass that on to you, which means rampant, raging inflation. Now, the consumer can absorb those pass-alongs right now. So the economy is probably still going to be fine. But when you're looking at like Q1, Q2 of 2026, you don't know if people will say no to that. You don't know what the reaction from the consumer is. So at any rate, there's danger ahead with that statement if this does not resolve itself soon. So one of the policies that we're calculating at this moment is a massive increase of tariffs on Chinese products coming into the United States. And he says there are many other countermeasures that are likewise under serious consideration. Other countermeasures, likewise under serious consideration. And he wrote, of course, he wrote, "Thank you for your attention to this matter." You know, this is the time of year. I'll say it one more time. This is the time of year for invasion in Taiwan, and they really can't invade any other time of year. So there's a window for fighting, whether they invade or not. And this window ends sometime in mid-November, like the seasonality chart as well. So this is not unexpected to some extent, that this wrangling or saber rattling is going on. But there is real danger here. You've heard me say multiple times, over and over and over, that we have war risk. We really do. You can see it clear as day. You can see it clear as day in the bond market. You can see it in commodities. You can see it in in my view, China said that they were trying to print their way out of a recession, but it's also flooding the U.S. market with money and cash, which does not help with inflation. It's has a negative impact on this White House and policies they want to implement. Even if I don't agree with them, I'm just telling you, don't shoot the messenger here. If you're not MAGA, don't shoot the messenger here. I'll be like, he's a goddamn MAGA. I'm not. But I'm trying to be pragmatic and objective here in what's going on. It's like realism and what matters. So this is a pretty big thing. And to that point, we're going to stay on the show today because the markets don't close until 6. So what we're going to do is watch this because we have more volatility today in the fact that Trump is speaking at 5 p.m. And that is volatility, even if the market's closed here at 4 p.m. So what we'll do here, trust me, I don't want to do this. I want to take my weekend like everybody else. I want to go home. But this is important. So what we're going to do is we're going to stick around for the 5 p.m. We're going to stick around for the 5 p.m. Trump, unless he's canceled it at this point, and I haven't heard or read about it yet. But at 5 p.m. he has a press conference. Now, this press conference was supposed to be about drugs and or cheaper drugs in the U.S. Maybe he'll announce that. But I would suspect here that if you're part of the press corps and you're not a plant, the only questions they're going to ask is about this. The only question. This has to do with human life, doesn't it? If you woke up tomorrow and there was something bad happened with war with Taiwan and the U.S. and China, and I have to. I don't want to keep saying this to you guys, but if you're a student of history in any way, shape, or form, you know that the majority of war begins with a trade dispute that escalates and is unable to come to a conclusion. And the more escalation that you see, the more danger that arises. And you can kind of see it in the military training grounds in the United States. You can see it with shoring up the Panama Canal. You know, the Caribbean War shit, the memes and all that about a war with Caribbean and South America. The U.S. is sending warships right now to South America, right? It's to secure rare earth minerals and oil and access to the Panama Canal. That's what it's really for if you don't know. You get your head in the sand. The reason we're there right now and moving assets there is to protect our ability to wage war across the Pacific Ocean. You understand? If you don't, I was in the Army. I was in U.S. Army Command. Didn't spend a ton of time in U.S. Army Command, but I did spend a couple of years. And it's like glaring in my face. Even my wife and I do things in the background. I don't ever talk about that stuff. I'm not a prepper or anything, but we do those things. Like we get the meals and we get the water and put it in storage and solar panels and all that kind of stuff, just in case. And hope to never ever have to use that stuff. But even my wife and I talk about that stuff. And she's a veteran too. I don't know if you know that. My wife, I met her in the army, but she's a veteran too. And all these things freak me out. They don't quite panic me, but they remind me of my time in service in the military. And so whenever I see stuff like this, it's cause for concern. It's a little bit past saber rattling at this point, in my view. So we'll watch this into the close here, and we'll stick around for 4 p.m. It's now 15:30. I might actually buy this close a little bit more. I might add some more in here. I might add some more as we come into this 4 p.m. close. I'll wait for 4 exactly, but I was going to wait until Monday, but I think I'm going to add some more right now. Just a minute here. Jake Trailer saying that AstraZeneca struck a deal with the White House for lower drug prices. Let's check this really quick. Well, they're really pushing out the garbage today, right? Coming down into 65.50. Breaking 65.80 right now. Just so you can see that. Panic at the Disco. That is not a good tweet. There is nothing about that tweet. I'll be honest with you. I don't give a fuck if he Taco Times this or not. But the end of that tweet or that Truth Social post, those tweets, those posts are not what you want to hear, in no way, shape, or form. I think rate cut buyers are getting stomped right now, right? We're pretty close. They're still in there. 652.56, 654.46. Let's snap a line on where they are. They're still in right now. They're still buyers. 654.56 right here. This is where they bought. Right there. They bought 652.56. Let's just put them where they are. So just like we had Marco on top, rate cut buyers right here. This is our gang right here. Good eyes. I wasn't watching closely. $92 million sells today. It's the first large-scale daily selling in a long time. This is double the average. Trying to see if this is the last time we sold 92 million. I'm going to bet it was right around that April OPEX too. Yeah, it's right around that April OPEX. Jesus, $40,000. Fuck no. About 50 is pretty more reasonable. I gotta check here. Come on. Up. I'm going to dip my toes in right here. Right there. Can't see. Right here. 10. I'm buying now. I'm adding. I'm not getting fills here. Hold on. I got to do market. This is a little bit lower. Right there. Sorry, I've got an ulcer. I'm sweating bullets here. It's always these moments where I'm sweating bullets. Always. Every fucking time we're down here, I'm like, fucking bullets. I'm seriously. I'm always waiting for these moments. I'm like, just give me a fucking dip. Whenever we're down here, I'm all, oh yeah, I'll do some bear music. Hold on. Sorry. I'm trying to put a trade on right now. I've been trying to put a trade on for the past 2 hours, 3 hours. I'm like getting long as fuck here, and I'm like, I don't get these opportunities that often, so I'm like, it's gonna happen right now. We're gonna do it. So you know what I mean? I gotta be ready. So hold on here. Hang tighter. These are the things that like change my whole life for the better. So, but they're always scary as fuck. So trust me, I'm panicking. This is real life. You guys see videos of people, but this is real life. So I do the live stream so you can see what really happens when you're really placing these fucking trades. They're not fun. They always suck. For me, they do. Hold on a second here. They're not easy. You guys only see what people want you to see. You don't understand that? Like, that's what finance Twitter's about. Fake. This isn't fake. Like, I'm literally fucking freaking out. Like, hold on a second here. Hold on. Let me clear some filters here. I'll put some music on for you. Sorry, I don't get these. So, ready? I got some stuff to tell you guys. So, the last time we sold 400 million in a day was, or a week, was 9/26, the week of 9/26. And then we did it again. The last time was when we broke out of the last time was August 1st, the week of August 1st. So you don't get these opportunities that frequently. And when they happen, it's always max fear, blood in the streets. Every time. It's like max fear, max everything, doom and gloom, going to World War III, that kind of stuff. So I have to like consume all that stuff, see what's real, what's fake, and then I gotta expend or put money out there. And it freaks me out every time, every fucking time. I won't sleep the whole weekend. But that's okay. Because usually it pays off 9 out of 10 times. The only time I've ever been caught in something like that is what? Like into a bear market. Usually I'll get caught one time. But this is not good. I'm looking at it right now. This is not good. The 17th, we got a little bit more room here. 652.46. I'd be really afraid down here for the future, but we're just scraping right now, so it's never fucking fun. At this point blank, it's never fucking fun. I've never had a fun. It's always fun when I'm chasing something, like woo. But whenever we're down here and I'm trying to scrape up shit, it's like usually just me alone. So I feel very alone when I'm doing this. I feel extremely alone. Almost every time. I feel very, very, very alone when I'm doing this. I don't know why, but yeah, I'm down right now. I'm buying right now, David, but there might be one more plunge here into the close. Not only that, but we got some more problems for next week. We got problems like they'll come back and retest this shit on Monday. More than likely, there's a fair chance of it. We got some problems like retesting lows. We got problems with over the weekend with doom and gloom. It's likely gonna fucking bloodbath over the weekend. But it should recover. like by Monday, and then it'll slam down again and then back up. This is the candle that bears are looking for, though. The big red candle. This is the one. This is it. They've got what they need for. They have what they need for a correction in November. They don't have it right now, but they will have it. Fair chance of it. There's a fair chance that not guaranteed, but a fair chance. You can look back on. Yeah, there's a fair chance of it. We'll see. And August 1st, we plunged to over the course of 2 days, but it recovered very nicely. But I got to put this. I put this trade on every fucking time. So there's the one from August. Let me just check this other one over here. This is a big ass candle. This weekly candle is fucking ugly. Now, whatever this closing price is, I'll take note here. This is an important note. I'm going to give you an important note here, okay? This is an important note. If you, from this point forward, any break of the low today, do not buy. Any break of today's low. So if you come into like tomorrow or Monday or anything and you see price underneath today's closing price, sell. It's a big sell, massive sell. But I don't see it, so it's not something that I'm worried about right now. It's not in the deck right now for me. What are you guys saying love me for? I'm the one that makes the money on this shit. Don't say I love you. I love you too. I'm like, that money is good. It's good money. Don't feel bad for me. This is what I have to go through. I only suffer like once every month or two or three when we get these big red candles and I'm sweating for like a few days. We're gonna know fast too. We'll know by like next couple days how bad it's gonna be. It might not be anything. We come back tomorrow and be just fine. Last 2 times we've done this, we've had no problems. So I got more down here, so be careful. This last little bit right here, we could see one more plunge right here. They might be saving this too for the Trump stuff. Don't feel bad for me because I stand to make like 200K right now. So don't feel bad for me. There's no sympathy needed here. Like, don't feel bad. That's a fucking huge candle. They did not like hearing that from Trump, man. They did not. They did not like hearing that today from Trump. That Trump tweet, I read it. I read it in full. That fucking that tweet is not good. There are huge implications in that tweet. Huge. This is my last buy here. Right here is my last buy. And then I'm done. And now I'm going, I think I did 20, so just 30. A little bit more. A little bit more. We can go down a little bit more. We can smash this right here. We can smash that. It's right here. Right there. We're close to the turn. Watch out. Almost there. Come on, hit it so I can buy it. More. Not yet. Wait. Don't touch it. Don't buy it. You gotta wait a minute. We're not there yet. There. No fill on 32. About 30. I filled there. All right, I'm done. $100 stacks of high society. These are my boys right here. They better fucking not be lying to me. These are your rate cut bottom buyers right here. Rate cuts called into question. Trump threatening today to massively increase tariffs on China would ramp inflation. And I mean fucking ramp inflation, literally. Or destroy corporate profits. This calls into question like all of his plans. And this like calls into question all of his plans, calls into question any future rate cuts. Your rate cut is gone for November, December until this is fixed or tacoed. Your whole rate cut is gone. Whole thing. I feel good though. I feel good here. So your rate cuts are definitely out the window. I haven't checked to see yet what the 6 month is doing, but I should look. Let me just take a peek here in 6 month bonds or bills. I'm going to assume that they're in the fucking gutter. Six month yield will tell you. God damn, brutal. Woo! Let's just check the yield. Yeah. Okay. So ready? Let's have a look here. Yeah, we're still the same. It looks pretty bullish, but 2 years look like shit. It's actually, they might be lying here. Maybe they just believe in taco time, maybe. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break here. I got to look at a few things here. I'm not seeing anything in the other bills. I only see the 2-year. I'm kind of happy right now. I feel good about this. I got 662s. Let me just check to make sure I feel good about this. So I got 662 for the 17th. And I just got to trade this by Monday. I just have to trade that. I'm green. So I'm feeling pretty good here. That's what I'm long for. 662 on the 17th of I'm long 662 for the 17th of this month. Whoo. Scared shitless. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. I'll be back. It's 4 p.m. I will, if you want, I can leave the stream up. And I'll be back for 5 p.m. Let me just check this really quick. Make sure we still have Trump. He hasn't canceled. If he cancels, I'll be fucking livid. I will. I'll be fucking livid. I'll probably smash some shit if this motherfucker cancels. No offense, but I'll break down a desk or something. He better be on at 5. 5 p.m. supposedly we got Trump on. So what I'll do is I'll be here. I'll leave the stream up. I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be here for the Trump presser. And like I'm serious. Like he's getting he's getting questions. And the rhetoric of that tweet is not good. The rhetoric in that tweet is not good. There are implications in that tweet of escalate. I'm not just escalating, laddering economic warfare, and the implications from that tweet affect like Q1, Q2, Q3, not 3, probably 2 and 3. Will impact Q2 and Q3 for sure. And it won't be like it won't be something that's it's going to take months and months to see. If he implements those measures with China, you're going to see a hit. All your shit's going to the moon, literally. And if it doesn't go to the moon, corporate profits are going down. So it's one or the other. There are no other ways out of that. The only other thing you could do would be flood the system with QE. That's option number 3. Flooding the system with QE would mean that we're going back into COVID measures. Now, the bond market said they're willing to do that, which I agree with. They would do that. But the stank market, if they don't institute QE for the stank market, that's it. That does matter. So I'll save you guys in a bit. I'll leave this up right now, and I'm just gonna put the screener up, take a quick break, and take a walk. And I just expended a bunch of money. I just expended a lot of money, and it matters. If I lose that trade, I could get a fucking significant haircut. So, and I don't want any goddamn significant haircuts. I hate losing money. I don't mind losing $1,000 or $2,000 or $3,000 or $5,000, but like $25,000, $30,000 haircut because it's like $75K. So, if I took like a third off that, I'd be fucked. So I'd be pretty upset. My wife will be fucking angry too. But well, I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. This looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy here at the moment. We'll listen for Trump at 5. I'll put him on the show. Or you know what? Maybe do I turn it off and reset the internet so we can do it? No, I'll just put him on the other computer. I still haven't put the suppressor and the compressor on, but I will put him on the other computer so that we don't blow up the fucking stream or whatever. If you want to come back and watch that Trump presser, if you're in the stock market, if you got risk on the market, you should listen to this. Even if you don't like Trump, you should listen to this press conference at 5 p.m. If he cancels, I don't see the market going up if he cancels, or you don't hear any kind of tweet from him or anything like that. That was not a good tweet. The back end of that tweet has huge ramifications for the stock market, massive. So he better fucking taco time, and if he ain't taco timing, we need to consider that. And we already talked about this yesterday, so I talked about it on Twitter, and then we did a private stream yesterday. I want to fucking rant about this literally yesterday in a private stream, and this is it. He's doing right now what we talked about just yesterday. So, and I have a hedge on too, so we hit 36 or anything like that, I'm gonna get fucking paid. This trade gets paid no matter what. Kinda. Right now I'm in this like limbo of I'll be flat, or if they fucking rugged us, I'd be fucked. Probably for like 15K when it's all done on the wash on both sides. But I'm in it, so I'm long. Let's see what happens. I'll see you guys in a bit. I'll leave the stream up, and at 4:45, I'll come back on stream at 4:45 if there's any pushing of it, or if I hear anything different, like they're not going to have it, or they're pushing it off, or he fucking makes us wait, or he comes on early or something like that. I will definitely come on the stream, and we'll close this out together as a group. Unless you want to do it private, we can do it private too if you want. I can do it either way. I don't care. Yeah, we need some taco time, don't we? We need weekend. It's not Taco Tuesday though, so we'll see what happens. I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. Oh, I gotta write this on the thing, don't I? CJJ will return to the stream. We'll turn up the Viterol right now too. I wrote World War III. CJJ will return to the stream for the CJJ return to the stream for the Trump World War III presser. All right, I'll be right back with you guys. I'll be on here in just a minute. And there's the after hours plunge expected. Sorry about that, guys. Hold on here. I'm missing the speech here. Hold on. Give me one quick second. Hold on here. Right here. Sorry. I got the wrong glass. I got my hipster glasses on right now. I gotta go back to my work glasses here. So much better work glasses. Hold on one second here. Close this. This is not to be unexpected. This is good. I like this. Hold on one second here. I'm looking for. This second here. Yeah, he's not here. I'm going to do a sound check here, so I apologize. Just want to do a quick sound check, make sure we got volume here. Book map. I'm trying to turn this down. I know the last time we had problems. Hold on just one second here. Just want to do a sound check, make sure we got sound. We still don't have, like he was supposed to be here at fucking 5 p.m. for a drug AstraZeneca announcement. He's late. That means we ain't doing sound checks, or that means sound checks. I'm doing it. Give me one quick second. We're going to do a quick sound check, okay? I apologize here. Sorry about that. Probably need the. Can you guys hear that? Can someone let me know if they hear that? You can hear that right now? The helicopter, can you hear that? All right, thanks, Crypt Keeper. I had a, Bork was saying I had a, Bork was saying that I had a double, it wasn't like the back feed or reverb. It wasn't reverb. No, nice. Look at the whole market just went blank right there. Jesus Christ. Even on Bookmap, like Bookmap was active after 4 p.m. and then until 5 p.m. That's not normal. You never see Bookmap ES active. So we are really risk off right now. We're not just risk off, risk on at the moment. We have 1 hour left of the market, I think. Do we have 5 p.m.? I think it's 6 p.m. So we'll watch this closely. Yeah, it's 6 p.m. So just want to make sure I'm not freaking out here. That happened right there. That's not normal. The activity after the bell. So give me one quick second here. We're gonna go. This is live. Let me just switch over really quick. Hold on. That might not be the best way to watch it. Give me a second here to figure this out. Right there. Oh, there we go. Hold on. I think I can center this. All right, we'll watch it just like this for now. And we'll see what he says. I've got the audio on. We'll watch it just like this for now. Give me just a few minutes here. I got to make one quick phone call here for I've got like my own. Hold on one second. Can you close that window, please? Please, thank you. I love you. I appreciate you. You're the bestest. What are we doing tonight? You got any plans? Did you get your new clarinet yet or no? You did get your new clarinet? Let's see it. What's up? Did you get an awesome clarinet? Did you get an expensive one? What'd you do? Let's see it. Go get your clarinet and show it to me, woman. Daddy loves you. What's up? I break my balls all day long. We're gonna make sure go for you. Everything that I am is for you. Old man loves you. Old man Johnson over here. My daughter, right? My youngest daughter is a clarinet player, and she's at the point where she's needs a better clarinet. The clarinet can't perform. Oh, you want to? What do you got? What do you got? We're waiting for Trump right now. What's up? Open it up. Show what's up. What you got? Show daddy. Ooh. 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 Have you tried it yet? You can't because you just ate? That's nice. You want to put it together and show it on the show? So she's trying out for the state orchestra that's high school or above, and she's in grade school. And she did the thing. She practiced. She committed. And I moved here with 2 children. Some of you know both of them. Some of you might not know any of them. This is my youngest. Her name is Maggie. Oh, probably should. Her name is Maggie May. She's my pride and joy. She's my baby. And she did the thing. And so for her to continue on, she needed a better clarinet so the clarinet could handle her. I was like, okay. And they're not cheap. So they're not cheap. But you know, when your children or your people you love are doing their own kick-ass thing, what do? Not only do you support it, but you know, like I live my life to make sure you get to live your life. You know, you're gonna be an adult one day, and all these gnarly, nasty things are gonna come your way. So you might as well enjoy your childhood while you can. What's up, Stacy? You want to see her? You want to see her play, or you want to? Oh, and she did her hair. She's a preteen now. She's getting old. She dyed her hair orange for cosplay or something called cosplay for Halloween and stuff. She got orange hair, and she dyed her eyebrows blonde to get them orange. And when she dyed them blonde, I was like, "Oh, what are you doing?" She's here right now. You guys haven't seen them in a while, have you? They're doing great. Do you want to say hi?
Hi.
They're doing good. They're done good. You want to go? You want to lean in, or wet the reed? What you got? What do you got? What's going on, girl? What's your favorite piece to play right now? And she's never played this before. It's brand new. So, oh yeah, we're near the holidays. Play Carol of the Bells. My favorite. This is Daddy's favorite song, anyways. All right, she's gonna go get the paper and so she can play it. She's trying out for like this big thing where she's like the state orchestra for the state of Michigan. And she's not in high school, and this kid has been doing like insane things. She was in a middle schooler in FIRST Robotics, rookie team, and they weren't supposed to be competing with the high school kids in Michigan. She beat like 80% of the state. It was her and another guy, and the other guy, but they built this robot, and they beat literally half of the state. I know you built the whole robot, but you guys are teams, so your team is important. I know. He's gonna learn from that when he's older. You're a girl, you know. Men get upset when women do those things. I know. Men know that you're better. We got to keep up the idea that we're better than you. She looks really orange, right? Oh, hold on. It sounds beautiful. Hold on, we gotta listen to this. All right, I'll wait. We'll wait. Hold on, we'll wait. She's practicing. She's getting ready. Still no Trump at this point. If you're just joining us, you guys want to check in though every once in a while, right? You want to see, like, you guys don't know if I'm divorced anymore. I lost the kids. The kids hate me. That's not real. I live my life with my children. I love them. They are my world. That sounds so beautiful. Do you want to practice real quick into the microphone? Come on over. Or do you want to play that way? No, do the little thing you just did. That was awesome. Kind of have to do the mic. There you go. So she's never played this before, and she's just practicing. She's trying to hit keys. She's not playing an actual song. That's why you hear the weird notes. She's getting ready for it. Now she's gonna play a song for you in just a moment. And she said she can't play because she just ate. That's probably real. So bear with her. Brand new clarinet. Practicing, so you'll hear weird notes. And then she's gonna play. What are you gonna play? Care of the Bells? Daddy's favorite song. Do you want me to hold it for you? You want to do it like that? You're playing and by the way, did you know you're playing a Ukrainian Christmas carol? The Carol of the Bells is Ukrainian. I wonder how many Americans know that. Okay. You got to play it in the mic here. While we wait, we have an interlude while we wait. She's just learning that song right now, too. That's the other thing. She's just learning. She's never played. She's playing with sheet music. She's learning it for this Christmas, and she's got a brand new clarinet. So I'm impressed. You're gonna hit this so fine. You're like a week or two, you're good. Say hi. You gotta get into the. You get right where I am, like next to me. Can I have a kiss? That's my baby right there. Look up into the camera when you look in there. Wave. Hi. All right. I love you. That's my baby girl. I'm doomed. She's going to be an adult soon. I'm so upsetting. I'm never going to have her again in my life. She's going to leave me. I know. Ugh. Ugh. Like kids, if you ever have kids that you don't ever want them to be like a burden. You don't have children because they're burdens. Should we switch to ES here soon or no? We were not. Yeah, we'll switch. Well, no, ES will die as well when we get there. So she's I have my youngest daughter is still in grade school. She's only in 6th grade. She's not. She's young, and she's had a lot of challenges living in Detroit. No doubt about it. You know, Detroit is the kind of place where it's like any city. You live in a city, and kids can, you know, they can do a lot of bad things. She didn't do that, and nor did my other. The parent, if you spend time with your kids and you don't take care of them, you live your lives with your children, and it's a completely different outcome. I really truly believe that. If you care about your children, you spend time with them, you care what they care about, you listen to their music, and you dress like them sometimes, and let them paint your toenails and all that other goofiness. You really can have an impact on a child's life. That those are things about a kid that they remember forever. Forever they remember that. They're like crucial key moments in a child's life. And it really does matter. And I appreciate all of you out there too. You guys support that too. So I want you to know that you help support my kids, man. One way or another you do. And I really love you guys. I really, honest to God, love you guys. My kids they mean the world to me. I would have nothing without my children. My wife too. I have no fucking idea what she's with me for. Literally, I don't deserve to have these people in my life in any way, shape, or form. I should be like a lone, angry old man, like hanging out in a closet somewhere. Fuck these people. Fuck all. Fuck the world. All that kind of shit. And I've changed my world. So you haven't seen her in a while. That's Maggie May. I named her, or not I, my wife and I have named her Maggie May over the song. That's why, you know, Maggie? Yeah, that's why we named her. So what we're going to do here is we're waiting for Trump. I haven't seen him. Yeah, dude, Bo, exactly. Joe, Maggie, did you see that? Bo posted a pic. Come over here and look at this. Posted, dude, you should dress up as her. The girl from, what do you call it? Dude, what's the name of the movie? I forget the name of the movie, but do you know who she is? Or what this movie is? Oh, dude, we're watching it tonight. We're watching it tonight. I'm a little concerned that Trump is not on yet. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned right now that Trump's not on. Fifth Element. We're watching that tonight. I got to watch it with her tonight. I asked her if we had any plans for tonight. She doesn't. So we'll watch a movie together. It's Halloween. So like every Halloween, I start doing like the Halloween countdown movies. What's going on, Goddard? How are you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. How you doing, brother? My daughter just play. Good to see you, brother. Oh, maybe that was earlier. Maybe I didn't see Gatter earlier. Future. I don't have futures open. I've got SPY open. SPY's wide open. SPY's open. Who's saying that SPY's closed? Who's out there saying SPY's closed right now? The S&P 500 is open right now. You didn't know that? You didn't know that SPY's still open right now? You want to see it? Watch. Watch that candle right there. See that candle change? Who's saying SPY's closed right now? Run Lola Run. Run Lola Run's a good movie too, right? Wasn't that they made that into an American movie, didn't they? I've seen Run. I'm an aficionado of film. Got her. What's up, brother? What's going on, my man? Good to see you. That you're still there, brother. Oh, dude, I love her more than the entire world. She's everything to me. Dude, she really is. I don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know what we're gonna do. When, like, my wife and I are talking right now because my oldest is at University of Michigan. I raised her in Detroit. I raised them in Detroit, and she's at the number 2 public research institution in the United States of America. That's where she goes to school. She's not. Oh, I meant to tell you guys, she's not doing finance. Microbiology. Ugh. She's a do-gooder. She wants to freaking help Detroit. She wants to be a Detroit doctor. A doctor in Detroit. Oh, what did I do to these kids? I'm so screwed. Like, we're going to live there, and we're going to be a part of the community, and we're going to, gonna be a part of this. And we're not going to live the high life. We used to live in, like, Vail and, like, real nice places, like Park City and Santa Monica, LA, all that shit. And they took them to a place where people are on the down and out trying to have their own dreams lived. And my kids now are like, I soaked up Detroit like a sponge, Daddy. Like, what do you mean you soaked up Detroit like a sponge? Truth, real truth. And my oldest is at University of Michigan. She was gonna go to UMass, and she was like going to UMich now, and for microbiology. Hello, ladies. So awesome. They're the light of my life. They really are. The literal light of my life. They're everything to me. They mean the world to me. So I think we're going to watch Fifth Element tonight. I'm a movie aficionado, by the way. It's like Halloween. We do the Halloween thing with movies. I love film. Love it. Oh, I have not. No, all right. So I haven't seen one battle after another yet. But there is one that I want to watch. Daisy Ridley made a movie about zombies in Australia, and it was released like 2 years ago. She looks like a young Sigourney Weaver in this. I know people don't like Daisy Ridley. You got to see the trailer for this. She looks like a young Sigourney Weaver in this film. It's amazing. But Pesky, I want to see one battle after another. I've not seen it yet. Cannot wait to see it. Cannot. And our homeboy DiCaprio is becoming a really good later in life actor. Run the Little Run. Isn't that they made that into another film, didn't they? An American version of that. Dude, what is Trump doing? Like, aren't you watching Spy right now, Trump? What are you doing? You know he's in the Oval Office right now. He's like, oh, shit. This reminds me of COVID. Like, tape bombing like this today is like, that the tape bomb today is like perfect COVID shit. And then he comes back in at like 8:30 in the morning on Monday morning. Like, literally 8:30 a.m. He's like, Z and we're in the hot tub right now. Like, there's like a video on Monday morning of like Z and him in a hot tub in the Oval Office, and they got the video rolling. They're meeting and hanging out, drinking champers together. Do any of you guys remember these days? Oh, Benicio was in it? I didn't know Benicio del Toro was in it. I love him too. Another good-looking man. Like Benicio del Toro and who's the other guy there? There's another one that like him, like Benicio. He just had a film come out too, a small film out of Brazil about being a detective or something, or an undercover agent or something like that. Let me see. Run, Lola, Run. Oh, maybe they didn't remake it. They didn't remake Run, Lola, Run. I thought that they had. Oh, there's like a U.S. version of it, but it doesn't seem like there was. I haven't seen that movie in doggone years. It's been years since I've seen that movie. Oh, both of your children joined the Bands of the West? U.S. Band of the West Cadets, CPO, now graduate from U.S. Berkeley, and the best. Yeah, brother. U.S. Navy Band. So she's trying out right now for the state high school band, and I want her to do exactly what you're talking about. I think she will. She's pretty conservative too. My oldest is more like dad. This one over here, she's a Republican. So I'm afraid of her joining the middle. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We see this? Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. It's front and center. I'm gonna turn this up, okay? Still no sound. Let me make sure I got this centered here. The worst would be if Trump like shits all over the markets and then says at the end, "I'll have another press conference at 8:30 on Monday." Then we know we're in the tape bomb. Holy shit! Breaking: Trump. And I can't confirm this, but Trump has hit China with an additional tariff citing rare earth restrictions. That just broke. If that's real. Trump just hit China with new tariffs. Wall Street Journal just confirmed. Thank you, Adamstown. I appreciate that, brother. The Journal is confirming this right now. This is not good. No way, no how this is good. This is not good. Rare earth minerals. I think that stock we looked at earlier was a rare earth mineral too. Hold on here. I'm going to turn this up. Could be a little loud. And I'm not going to interrupt here. No commentary. We're just going to listen. You may. I think they were I think they're a rare earth. Let's watch NVDA in the background. Oh, this is my target for NVDA. Look at that. Holy shit. Look at the red line. This is my target for NVDA. I don't know if you can see this. This is NVIDIA. Holy shit. Here's NVDA. I mean, this had to blow up a bunch of people, right? This had to blow up a bunch of bulls. Had to. Like all these tech bulls, no way they didn't get blown up. This is my target for NVDA, right where we are. I got one more target below, but this is the range right here. I've had this target here for like weeks now. I got one more lower. 170. I've got a buy at 179 and 170.
How's everybody? Yeah.
I don't know why this is all half cocked here. This is really like this. This is what the video looks like right now. This is the edge of the video. It's not me or cut off because of anything. I don't know why. Maybe AP's got bad positioning. NVDA cratering right now. I'm assuming this is the AstraZeneca guys. They're like, woo! Fuck yeah! Nancy Pelosi's like, I'm getting my dip for the quarter. Yagadar, that must feel good, right, man? You got 2 daughters, dude. Like, there ain't nothing like it, is there? There's nothing like that, man.
Mr. President.
Nice to have you. There's a big announcement. We have a lot of big announcements. There's sort of all big announcements, actually. It's wonderful to be in the Oval Office. I think you probably like it the best. You like it the best for press conferences? I sort of do. But today I'm excited to announce another historic achievement in our quest to lower drug prices for all Americans. You know, prices have come way down. We've gotten prices way down for groceries, for oil especially. Today we broke $60 a barrel. We think the oil is going to be under $2 a gallon very soon. That's about 70% lower than what it was just a year ago. So that's a big thing. And when the oil comes down, everything comes down. It's pretty beautiful to watch. AstraZeneca, the largest pharmaceutical manufacturer in the United Kingdom, is committing to offer Americans major discounts on their vast catalog of prescription drugs, one of the great companies, by the way, and a most favored nation's pricing clause. So most favored nation is you're going to pay whatever the lowest price anywhere in the world is. That's what you're going to be paying. And I had it going very well in my first term, but we were interrupted by a rigged election, so I was unable to carry it forward. We started it, but this was something one of the reasons I wanted to run again was we had to have favored nations where the world is not going to be paying just a fraction, just a tiny fraction of what we were paying. I want to thank CEO Pascal Soriot, a very highly respected, one of the most respected men in business and certainly in the industry, for joining us today, as well as Secretary Howard Lutnick, Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz, FDA Commissioner Marty McCary, and Virginia Governor, a man who's done an incredible job. And good luck with the upcoming election. I know you're working very hard. I watch you. You're right there. He's out there working. He wants to see that young woman win, and the Attorney General, who I endorsed, et cetera, et cetera. Glenn Youngkin. Thank you very much, Glenn. Thank you for being here. For many years, Americans have paid the highest prices anywhere in the world for prescription drugs by far, many times the amount that other countries are paying is ridiculous. Upon taking office, I signed an executive order to make sure that Americans pay no more for prescription medications than the lowest price for the same drug in other locations in developing nations. Today, AstraZeneca is committing to offer all of their prescription medications to Medicaid at most favored nations prices. In other words, the lowest price anywhere in the world, that's what we get. A move that will save American taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars each year. And I tell the story, Glenn, that in my first term, I had the honor of being the first president in 28 years to lower drug prices during the course of the year. And we actually did, and I was so proud of myself. We called a news
He's
conference.
sick, right?
I announced it. It was 1/8 of 1%. 1/8 of 1%. Now drug prices are going to be going down 100%, 400%, 600%, 1,000% in some cases. But for 1/8 of a cent, Bobby, think of that. I was so proud because for 28 years nobody had done it. And now it's, I think back to that, I said I shouldn't have had that news conference. But it is true. I was the only one that did it, but it was not very much. And now we're going to get, in some cases, 1,000% reduction. This is going to have a huge impact on everything from Social Security to Medicare to Medicaid, anything where they're buying any prescription drugs. It's going to have an incredible impact. It's going to lower itself greatly. AstraZeneca will also list many of their most popular drugs online at TrumpRx.gov. TrumpRx. I don't know why they put the name Trump. I did not tell them to do it, but I'm honored to let them do it.
You liar.
It's true, actually.
You fucking liar.
That heavily reduced most favored nations cost. Americans can expect discounts, and as I said,
we're at S4
it could be in many cases
right
way
now.
over
S4
100%.
on weekly.
And as an example,
Fucking
one
liar.
particular drug that's hot, very hot, 654%.
We just took out the monthly too.
On inhalers, COPD and asthma,
Monthly
as well as
S1.
certain diabetics medications. They're going to be averaging about 654% reduction in price. You believe that one? The Democrats will say, well, he should have gotten more. It's crazy. In addition, all medications AstraZeneca introduces to the American market going forward will also be sold at these heavily discounted rates. Furthermore, AstraZeneca will invest $50 billion in the United States over the next 5 years for research and development of new drugs and to onshore manufacturing facilities across the country, like the new plant that broke ground yesterday in Charlottesville, Virginia, where the governor attended. They had a tremendous group of people attending. It's going to have 3,600 jobs just to begin with. And that's going to be a fantastic plant. I saw a picture. It's going to be the best, right? You can't get any better. This is a tremendous victory for Virginia and for American patients and for everything, for the country. It's an amazing company to have coming over to the United States in such a big way. That's going to be a big part of the company. Presidents have promised for years to lower the cost of health care, but my administration is actually the first to do it and do it substantially, do it at numbers that nobody thought, even I thought, were not possible. When you think of it, if you got a 1%, 2%, 5%, that's good. You did a good job. We're talking about 100, 200, 300, 500, 700 in some cases, some big, big numbers. And the largest drug companies in the world are working with us to make this a reality. And so I look forward to being at your opening of that incredible facility. I hear something, and it's in a great location, Len, right? One of the beautiful
He's
locations.
like, I got a lot of stock in AstraZeneca.
So I'd now like to ask Secretary Kennedy to say a few words, followed by Dr. Oz, Pascal, Governor Youngkin, and we'll take
not
some
Dr.
questions
Kennedy.
afterwards. Would anybody like to have some questions? Yes? Oh, I'm shocked. Okay, we'll take them right after. Okay.
No shit.
Bobby,
yeah,
please.
You're going to take lots of fucking questions, bro. he's like, I'm shocked.
I talked about this a little yesterday in the cabinet meeting, but it's worth repeating because it shows this historical achievement as really monumental. When I was in my confirmation process, virtually every Democratic senator showed me their preoccupation with making sure that we completed, that I was going to continue to get a commitment from me to continue the IRA drug price negotiations. That the IRA required the Democrats, while President Biden was in the first year of the IRA, to negotiate 10 drug prices down. And then I was supposed to, my first year, negotiate 15 and 15 every year thereafter, and that was their plan. The Democrats claimed that they had a 22% reduction, and that was a great success. When we actually looked at that, when I came into the agency, we realized we were actually paying more for 8 of the 10 drugs. The 22% reduction was off of list price. And Medicare ended up paying more for 8 of the drugs, the equal for the 9th, and about a 2% discount on the 10th drug. So that was the plan, and that's what they did. We are continuing the IRA negotiations, but thanks to the president's leadership, we have achieved something extraordinary here, which is a dream that he's had for 20 years because he's the common sense president. He saw something 20 years ago. He learned that we were paying 3, 4, 5, sometimes 10 times for the same drug as they were paying in European countries. Some of these drugs were manufactured in facilities in New Jersey and then sold for 1/10 the price in Great Britain, in London or Paris, that Americans were being charged for them here. He saw that this was unfair. Every Democratic president, every Republican president has said that this was the gold standard. This is what we needed to do. Nobody's been able to change it. And when we came in, I have to say I was pessimistic about doing MFN. Dr. Oz was pessimistic. Our staff, John Brook and Chris Klump and the other people we brought in were all pessimistic. The president saw something that we didn't see, which is we had leverage. And that came through Howard and the tariffs, and we had extraordinary leverage to craft these deals. So last week we had Pfizer in, which is one of the biggest American pharmaceutical companies. Today we have AstraZeneca in with Pascal Sorios, which is one of the biggest European pharmaceutical companies. And the president asked us to do 3 things. 1, to get MFN prices. 2, to not bankrupt these companies. He understood that America has to be the center for innovation. The drug industry needs to innovate, that it's critical for its bottom line, it's critical for the health of the American people. And he asked us also to make sure that those companies would keep their promise to reshore this industry. For national security purposes, for our economy, it's critical. These companies are making these drugs in the United States. We were able to achieve all those things, and partially with the visionary help of Pascal, where is he?
Here comes S4 in the weekly.
Who understood that innovation and the business doesn't work if everybody is not pulling the oars, if everybody doesn't have the skin in the game. The whole world was riding on our shoulders and riding on our dime. 70% of pharmaceutical revenues comes from this country. We only have 4.2% of the world's population.
Well in S&P 500.
And we were paying for 80 or 90% of the innovation here. And the rest of the world was a free rider. And Pascal understood that that's not fair, and it's not a good, sustainable, long-term business model. And he came to the table. He was one of the first leaders to come to the table. I want to thank him for his vision, for operating with us in good faith. And this is an extraordinary deal. Not only that, but as the president just pointed out, he is also reshoring this industry here. He has 19 facilities already operating in this country. He has this other facility in Albemarle County that Dr. Oz went with Governor Youngkin and broke ground on yesterday. He has a second facility that is under construction in Kendall Square in Boston.
Dr. Oprah
another facility in Rockville, Maryland, and a 4th facility in Copper, Texas, right outside of Dallas-Fort Worth. And he's got plans for building many more in this country, thanks to the president's leadership, to the tariffs, and to the common sense the president has demonstrated in his own commitment to make drug prices lower for hardworking Americans. So I want to thank the president for your visionary leadership. I want to thank Dr. Oz for his part, and Marty McCary in negotiating this deal. Dr. Heidi Overton, Theo Merkel, Chris Klump, and John Brooks, who all played critical parts in the negotiation. And of course, Howard Lutnick, who was the key to these negotiations. Who do we bring up now? Dr. Oz.
Thanks, Secretary.
It's the J. Powell clone.
He'll take your place, Pascal.
Oh, Pascal, I get to introduce Pascal, which I'll do with great joy and honor. So the world is watching as President Trump tries to make peace in every place he can go. But at the same time, President Trump is putting peace into the hearts of Americans and bringing peace of mind to them, especially Americans who cannot afford their medications.
Money.
And just to put a number on this, as he releases us from the bondage of paying 3 times more for the exact same product made in the same factory, in the same pill box, in the same instruction manual overseas, rather in this country than we pay overseas, it creates an opportunity for us because, Mr. President, you're turning the art of the deal into the art of the heel. And that is something that you're going to witness today. And it's the second, we have more coming, but this is a very important one because I want to set the stage here. And Mr. Secretary, you're too modest. Secretary Kennedy did have a vision to push hard on this. He understood we could give the right medications to the right people at the right time. And there is nothing more maha than giving folks life-saving medications in a timely fashion so you prevent illnesses and treat other ones that have already occurred. You save lives that way. That literally is what was on the line as we began negotiating these. So let's set the stage. Where are we right now? Why this order? Last week in this very room, President Trump welcomed the CEO of Pfizer, and that company, a leading U.S. pharmaceutical company, pledged to provide exactly what the president promised. Massive discounts to allow us to have most favored nation drug pricing in this country so we don't allow our people to pay more than folks overseas. And this was unthinkable even 6 months ago, 7 months ago when we came into office. And Americans now have the ability to do that, but we needed to prove it was scalable. So we went to AstraZeneca, which is the leading pharmaceutical company, a leading company in the entire world, but a massive opportunity in this march to MFN, a march to most favored nation drug pricing. And to have this message land clearly, we needed to make sure that the president's demand for fair drug pricing was heard all around the globe. And I actually think the single most powerful tool we had was the president because people take him seriously. And some of the things that they were hearing overseas were alarming them enough that they began to realize the jig was up. So let's talk about the deal specifically. What are John Brooks, if you could be my Vanna White, please.
Jesus.
John back there, Theo, Vince, Heidi were parts of the team. There are other members of the team I'll speak of in a second. So these are the 5 deal points. This is what Trump RX, by the way, which just launched, TrumpRx.gov, which was a unanimous name, by the way, Mr. President. He was not involved in picking the name, but it was not a difficult one to land on. We thought it had a catchy element to it. All primary care medications sold by AstraZeneca are going to be available on Trump RX, which means no more gaming, no more middlemen. Starting early next year, when you go to the website, you'll be able to see a marketplace. We're not selling the drugs. We're just making information available to everyone so you go to the right place to buy the right medication. Second, drugs for lung diseases are discounted massively, and that's over here on this line. The president highlighted 650%. They're significant discounts, and these are medications. We just picked the ones for lung disease and one for metabolic syndrome, diabetes, but there are others that are included. We have most favored nation pricing for everyone who is on Medicaid in this country. That's why Governor Youngkin is able to do backflips with his nimble 6'6" physique, because for governors, this is a massive problem. If Medicaid prices continue going up, it crowds out other social services, which he'll speak to. We also have MFN for all new prescription drugs. Mr. President, by the time this term is done, 95% of all drugs sold in America, branded drugs and generic, will be available at most favored nation drug pricing. Americans are going to benefit if the prices drop abroad. So Secretary Lutnick is going to make sure that if we get better prices for these companies from our partner countries overseas, the American people see those benefits, and there's going to be onshoring of manufacturing. And as has been mentioned, I stood with Governor Youngkin and Pascal Soriot as we broke ground yesterday in Charlottesville, Virginia, a massive $4 billion facility. That's the hard hat, Mr. President. I know you like construction, so that was all I could bring back. But there was a lot of remarkable energy. And here's what that event really does. It sends a signal. It sends a signal for all countries around the world to stop freeloading off American innovation. It's done. It's not going to happen anymore with this president. And if you aren't picking up your end of the bargain, then you're going to be welcoming a lot of more companies to leave your shores and allow us to welcome them into our shores as they open up manufacturing facilities here. And for all the pharmaceutical companies out there, we're talking to all of you, pick up a shovel. This is a great place to build a facility as AstraZeneca has shown us, and I think it has a wonderful opportunity in the future as well, as this country continues to support the innovation Secretary Kennedy spoke about, because we're not compromising that at all. We're just getting fair prices for the American people. To the team, tough negotiations, Mr. President. You know how hard they can be. You can't get there without world-class negotiators, and we are blessed by individuals to work with the AstraZeneca team who are killers, head-to-head. And why? Because talented people out of the private sector are coming into government to serve this president in a generational opportunity that they feel in their heart will make a difference. John Brooks is part of that team. Chris Klump, Inma Hernandez, numerous other folks contributed as well. But we're open for business. And if you want a great position and a patriot, like the folks who negotiated these deals, please consider coming with us, because the president has made it clear that you will make a difference in government. Finally, I want to thank Pascal Sérieux. Pascal is an interesting, almost enigmatic individual. He's a CEO of AstraZeneca. He is born in France, Australian citizen, knighted in Great Britain, running their largest pharmaceutical company. So you figure out the lineage. But one thing I know is a very, very smart man who came here early on, took the president seriously, and he recognized the inherent unfairness of the European model of global freeloading off our innovation. He appreciated the challenge, and he wanted to be part of the solution. So Pascal, take it away.
Thank you so much.
These fucking reporters are just.
So, President
just
Trump,
like
it is really a pleasure
right
to
now.
see you again, since I
Brando, I
had a
meant.
chance to meet you last time you visited the UK
I said
for your
Brando,
state
I
visit.
meant Brando.
I know the King actually kept you late during the night, during your visit, late up at night. And I must thank you, actually, for returning the favor. I can tell you, you've kept me up at night, and my team as well. But it has been really worth it. It's been worth it because today I'm really excited to announce AstraZeneca's commitment to your vision for a healthy America. Great leadership is about having an ambitious vision that can energize people, and you appoint a very talented team that can deliver on this. Your vision is exactly that. It is about lowering the price of medicines for American patients while ensuring that America remains a global powerhouse of innovation in biopharmaceuticals. And that's not easy to do. We need to keep inventing the technologies and the products that will cure disease. But you actually gave us a key, equalization. That's an important word. Yeah. You've assembled a remarkable team, actually, that together with us found a way to deliver on your vision. I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for your collaborative and your trusting approach throughout the discussion that led to this agreement. In addition, I would like to thank Secretary Lutnick, I'd like to thank Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Oz, and the CMS team, in particular John Brooks, who is here today, but also Chris Klump, for their very straightforward approach and their collaborative work that, together with my great team at AstraZeneca, enabled us to deliver this agreement today. It is an agreement that allows a number of wins. First of all, a great win for American patients. This agreement will deliver improved access to our medicines at a lower cost. We've addressed the 4 points that you raised in your letter, ensuring Americans do not pay more than patients in other wealthy countries. So it's a big win for patients and the healthcare system as a whole. But it's also a big win for the economy and for taxpayers, because it supports rebalancing the cost of innovation across wealthy nations. For too long, America has shouldered a disproportionate portion of the world's R&D cost for breakthrough medicines development. That imbalance is not sustainable. It had to change. And equalization levels the playing field, with wealthy nations contributing their fair share to the cost and the risk associated with biopharmaceuticals R&D. And I would say it's also a big win for state budgets because these Medicaid price reductions will have an immediate impact on Medicaid budgets and provide substantial relief to state budgets. Finally, your vision also secures America's strong position in life sciences and the onshoring of critical innovations and manufacturing. As a company, we will invest $50 billion in manufacturing and in R&D. We already have a large presence in the United States. We have 19 sites, and we employ 25,000 people around the country. They're all developing the new generation of medicines. But we'll continue to increase our presence in this country. We're expanding our manufacturing footprint in Texas. We're building our second large R&D center in Kendall Square in Boston. We are building a cell therapy manufacturing plant in Rockville, Maryland, and there's more to come. So a lot of investment over the next few years. I want to say that I appreciate very much Secretary Letnick granting us a 3-year tariff exemption to localize the remainder of our products. Most of our products are locally manufactured, but we need to transfer the remaining part to this country. And also for your great support to convince also other wealthy countries to share the cost of pharmaceutical innovation. It is an important part of this agreement, rebalancing and the cost around the world. Yesterday showcased our commitment to the United States with this $4.5 billion investment in the beautiful Commonwealth of Virginia to manufacture what we call API, active ingredients for our medicines, but also antibody-drug conjugates that are such a critical part of the future treatment of cancer care, what is called smart chemotherapy, targeted chemotherapy. I want to thank Dr. Oz for joining us for the groundbreaking ceremony near Charlottesville, together with Governor Youngkin. And I actually love your AstraZeneca hat. I know you wanted to bring a shovel, but didn't make it to this beautiful room. I have to say, it has been a really a great pleasure to work with Governor Youngkin and his team, in particular Secretary Segura, on this investment. Like you, President Trump, they are deal makers that move at the speed of business. And it's very important for us company to be able to work with people who understand who we are and move very fast. Our new facility will be a great example of Virginia supporting domestic production of medicines for America, enhancing national security in pharmaceutical supply, but also creates thousands of highly skilled jobs. Governor Youngkin gave me a beautiful Virginia flag that we will proudly fly alongside the American flag in front of our new facility. So AstraZeneca's commitment to the United States is very strong, and this agreement ensures we'll make an even bigger difference for American patients. So, Mr. President, thank you again for welcoming me in this beautiful office and for making this moment possible. Thank you so much.
Pascal. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Glenn.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank everyone for celebrating this landmark moment. This landmark moment is not just a moment to announce a new way to buy less expensive life-saving medicine, but it is a step function change in the way that Virginians and Americans can access medicines. And it is a step function change because historically there was an opaque pricing mechanism that had so many people standing between the manufacturers and the patients that no one knew really what it cost. Well, now we can go direct to consumers. And that's what Trump RX is all about, going direct to consumers, where a consumer can come and find that particular medication that they need and go direct to the company and get the best possible price. Second of all, the most favored nation clause is a groundbreaking moment. It's a groundbreaking moment because, as you've heard, that American customers have been paying 3, 4, 5 times what international customers have been paying. That is just not fair. And Mr. President, I want to thank you for simply recognizing that America must come first, and Americans deserve the best pricing, not the worst. It changes everything for a state. In Virginia, we have $1.5 billion a year of pharmaceutical expenditure under our Medicaid plan. $1.5 billion a year. We save 10%, 20%, 30%. All of a sudden, 150, 300 million, 450 million in savings can be realized by a state. Now, I firmly believe that's the people's money, and it should go back in tax relief. But think about the change that that enables for a state as they manage their healthcare expenditures. Finally, Mr. President, you have driven a reshoring of critical supply chains that no one thought could happen. The industries that everyone thought were lost are now coming home, and with pharmaceutical manufacturing and active pharmaceutical ingredients particularly coming back to America, it changes everything. It's an economic moment for us. Yes, $4.5 billion into the Virginia economy, and that will in fact translate into $3 or $4 of extra economic impact for every dollar that is spent, 3,600 great paying jobs. But it's even more than that. This is a national security moment. And what you've just heard is one of the leading pharmaceutical companies in the world is choosing America, and yes, Virginia, to invest nearly $5 billion to build the most critical manufacturing for the future of America's health. That's not just a single example. It's happening all over. And in fact, in Virginia, Mr. President, we've been blessed with nearly $10 billion of commitments to build new pharmaceutical manufacturing in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. And therefore, I believe this is a moment to celebrate investment, but more importantly, to celebrate breakthroughs for American citizens to get access to life-saving medicines at costs that they deserve, because they're all made here. Mr. President, you and your cabinet have been amazing. As a governor, I have found that the cooperation with every one of your cabinet members, and sir, yes, you, has been beyond compare that I could ever imagine. I want to thank you for helping us make Virginia great again, too. Thank you.
So we have, at this moment, I think we just cracked $18 trillion in commitments and investments in our country. As an example, the last administration was far less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're at plus $18 trillion for 8 months. There's never been anything like it in history, in any country, anywhere in the world. So that's great. But maybe for purposes of this, more importantly, we're going to bring drug prices down at numbers that nobody ever thought possible, Glenn. I think nobody ever even thought it was possible. So we're going to be doing a lot of business, but we're going to be also numbers that when you're 2, 3, 4, 500% less. I just noticed one of them over here, 654% discount. 654. The laggard is 98%, right? 9 is at what? Wow, 96, 230%, but 654, and we have some that top that by a lot. So it's really going to be incredible, and that's going to be so good for Medicaid and Medicare and everything. Frankly, for your life, it's going to be so good. So nobody ever thought they were going to see. And don't let Democrats take the credit, because they'll try. They'll say, "Oh, we worked so hard," and they didn't work hard. They did. They obstructed. They actually did the opposite. So that's really more important than even the tremendous investments being made in our country. But think of it: we cracked 18 trillion with a T, $trillion, and frankly, 1 trillion for 4 years wasn't that bad. He did less than $1 trillion, but we did that in a period of 8 months. So it's pretty record-shattering by many trillions of dollars. Any country, no matter what country you're talking about, nobody's done numbers like that. So thank you all for being here. Do you want to have a couple of questions? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, one on this, if I could, and one on China, if I may. Okay. First on this, could you have brought these pharmaceutical companies to the table without that 100% tariff that you imposed?
Well, it's not 100%. You're talking about China might be 100%.
No, I'm talking about the 100% you imposed on pharmaceuticals for that sector.
I would never have been able to bring them. Now, I'm not sure that Pascal would like to say, but behind the scenes he did say tariffs were a big reason he came here, and also the fact he loved Virginia. He liked this guy. He liked me. I think the November 5th election was a very important date. We had a good election, and that was important. But yeah, he's here. A lot of. I can speak for almost everybody that's here. Most of them are here because of tariffs, because you have to understand he has no tariffs. If you build in this country, there are no tariffs. So.
I want to ask you about China, if I could. Just want to confirm: have you canceled your meeting with President Xi? And
no, I haven't canceled, but I don't know that we're going to have it. But I'm going to be there regardless, so I would assume we might have it. But they hit the world with something that really is not anything that people are going to do, and it was shocking. I can tell you, Howard and I and Todd, we all Scott, we were all speaking about it before. And we said, where did that come from? It was that was out of the blue, right? Out of the blue, they came up with this whole import-export concept. And nobody knew anything about it. So.
If they roll back their export controls, the new announcement, would you roll
Yeah,
back your
look, we're going to have to see what happens. That's why I made it November 1st. We'll see what happens, yeah.
Mr. President, the last time, Mr. President,
Go ahead, please.
what else besides software could be on the table in terms of export controls?
A lot more. I mean, you have software, but you have a lot more. We have airplanes, we have airplane parts. You remember that from last time. And we were just surprised at China. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and they did that. This is not something that I, instigated. This was just a response to something that they did. And they didn't really aim it at us. They aimed it at the whole world. The whole world is subject to it. So I thought it was very, very bad. But we have many things, including a big thing is airplane. They have a lot of Boeing planes, and they need parts and lots of things like that. Steve?
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to accept the Gaza deal, and what will be your message to the Knesset when you speak to them?
Well, he wanted it. It's been a long time. He's been fighting a long time. He's been fighting hard. He wanted it. It's a great deal for Israel, but it's a great deal for everybody, for Arabs, for Muslims, for everybody, for the world. And as you know, on Monday the hostages come back. They're getting them now. I mean, they're getting them now. They're in some pretty rough places under earth. They're in some pretty rough places where only a few people know where they are, in some cases. So they're getting them, and they're also getting the bodies, approximately 28 bodies. And some of those bodies are being unearthed right now as we speak. I mean, they're working on it right now as we speak. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. No, he was very happy with it. And I can tell you that I saw Israel dancing in the streets, but they were dancing in Qatar and Saudi Arabia and UAE and many, many countries. I saw Egypt. They were dancing. I'll be going to Israel. I'll be speaking at the Knesset, I think, early on. And then I'm also going to Egypt. They were terrific. But all of the countries were great. Indonesia was great. Jordan was great. They were all great. Everybody wants this deal to happen.
What happens in Gaza the day after the hostage release?
Day after what?
The day after the hostage release, what happens there then?
Well, hopefully you're going to have great success I call it everlasting success. I think you will, too. I think you're going to have tremendous success, and Gaza is going to be rebuilt. And you have some very wealthy countries, as you know, over there. And it would take a small fraction of their wealth to do that, but and I think they want to do it. And we're also setting up, as you know, a board of peace. It's called the Board of Peace. I don't know if that's the final name, but the word peace is definitely in there. They have asked me if I chair it. We'll make sure things go well.
And how confident are you that the ceasefire will hold?
I think it'll hold. Yeah, I think it'll hold. They're all tired of the fighting. Don't forget, you had October 7th, which was a horrible day, 1,200 people killed. But Hamas has lost 58,000 people. That's big retribution. That's big retribution. People understand that. So, no, I think they're all tired of fighting. And this really gives the whole Middle East, this is beyond Gaza. Gaza is very important, but this is beyond Gaza. This is peace in the Middle East. And it is a beautiful thing. It's a term that you and I have been hearing since we were very young, right? And now we have a chance of really having that. And as you know, most of the countries have passed all these resolutions. Every country is there. Iran came in. I was very happy to see that. I was very honored that Iran came in. They said they support it. Russia came in. President Putin, he supports it fully, very fully. So I was happy to see even countries that weren't necessarily involved in the process, they all support it. I don't know of anybody that does it. And I've never seen happier people than many of these places, not just Israel. Many of these places, they're all dancing in the streets. I've never seen anything like it.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, please, in the back.
Thank you. What guarantee did you give Hamas to persuade them that Israel will restart the bombing campaign once the hostages have been exchanged?
What did I do with respect to them? Well, I spoke a little bit tough, and that's what would happen. I mean, you have to speak tough. That's a tough world. That's a tough, as they say, neighborhood. And they're tough people. They're very tough people, and they're smart people. They're good negotiators. They have a lot of things going. They put that to good use. They're going to be very, very successful. But they knew the retribution would be tremendous, unsustainable. It would have been unsustainable. It would have been complete obliteration, and they didn't want that. And nobody wants it at this point. They want to get on with rebuilding the entire Middle East. It's not only Gaza. It's going to be the entire Middle East. They're going to be able to live in peace. Now, we have some little hot spots, but they're very small. You know the ones I'm talking about. They're very small. They'll be very easy to put out. Those fires are going to be put out very quickly. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Talking about the Middle East still, going to the phases that come after this first phase, is there a consensus on the additional points in your plan, or are the details still being fine-tuned?
I think there is consensus on most of it, and some of the details, like anything else, will be worked out, because you'll find out that when you're sitting in a beautiful room in Egypt, it's easy to work something out, but then sometimes it doesn't work from a practical standpoint. So certain little things, but for the most part, there's consensus, yes.
Do you intend to hash that out when you're in Egypt?
I might, yeah. I mean, I'll be there because I'll be going to, I'll go to Cairo. I think that's where we're going, as opposed to the place of the signing. And we have a lot of leaders from all over the world coming too. They've been invited. And then I'm coming back, I believe it's Tuesday night, for Charlie Kirk, a friend of mine, a friend of all of ours, a friend of a lot of the people right here. And we're giving him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is the highest honor you get outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. One's military, one's civilian, but it's the greatest honor. And Eric, his beautiful wife, is going to be here, and a lot of people are going to be here. So, it's not easy for me to get back. It's a very quick trip, but I'll be making 2 major stops, and then I'll be on the plane trying to get back in time for Charlie. They're going to have a great celebration at the White House, in the East Room of the White House.
Mr. President? Russell Vogt said the reductions in force have begun related to this shutdown. How many layoffs have you authorized for this first round, and from which agencies?
And it'll be Democrat-oriented, because we figure, they started this thing, so they should be Democrat-oriented. It'll be a lot, and we'll announce the numbers over the next couple of days, but it'll be a lot of people, all because of the Democrats. I mean, they want to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into the country illegally. More important than that, because we all have a big heart. We want people to be taken care of, but we have 0 people coming in. You know that, Glenn, right? That's a pretty impressive number, even for a successful governor. But we've had, for the last 4 months, 0 people coming in illegally. They're coming in, but they're coming in legally. They're coming in through a process that's really a really good process right now, because we want people to come in, but they have to come in legally. So what we're doing is, as these different groups come due, we're going to make a determination. Do we want them or not? And I must tell you, a lot of them happen to be Democrat-oriented. These are people that the Democrats wanted, that in many cases were not appropriate. We fought them at the time, and it was ultimately signed in. And some of these people, these are largely people that the Democrats want. Many of them will be fired. Yes, please, behind.
The Nobel Peace Prize was announced this morning. Your thoughts?
Which one?
The Nobel Peace Prize. Your thoughts?
Look, including a very big one, and I'm not sure, when you say big, it's certainly, I think, to the mind of most, the most important deal ever made in terms of peace. But the one we just signed, it's been signed, sealed, and it's going to start taking place now. It's already started. Monday's going to be a very big day when the hostages come back. But I made 8 deals, transactions of wars. One was 31 years going on. 10 million people were killed. One was 34 years. One was 36, 37. One was 10. One was just starting. 2 were just starting, actually, but they were well on their way. In the case of India and Pakistan, 7 planes were shot down. It was a bad one. And I did it largely through trade. I mean, that one, numerous of them. I talked tariffs. I said, look, if you're going to do that, we're going to put very big tariffs on your country. And they were both great. They stopped fighting, and there were 2 nuclear powers. So, they're all big. They're every one of them big. You take a look at the Congo. You take a look at the Congo and Rwanda. 10 million people killed over a long period of time. Got that one solved. We did a total of 8 as of this. 2 days ago, I would have said 7, which I did say, but the other one was signed up, sealed. As you know, Israel signed it just now. They signed it and they approved it today, their parliament. And it's a great honor to be involved with so many. So the person who actually got the Nobel Prize called me and said, I'm accepting this in honor of you because you really deserved it. A very nice thing to do. I didn't say then give it to me though. I think she might have. She was very nice, and I've been helping her along the way. They need a lot of help in Venezuela. It's a basic disaster. So, and you could also say it was given out for 24, and I was running for office in 24. All of the transactions that we did in terms of closing, but. There are those that say we did so much that they should have done it, but I don't take. I'm happy because I saved millions of lives, many millions of lives. And speaking of somebody that saves lives, don't ever play golf with it because Keegan Bradley just walked in, one of the greatest golfers in the world, the captain of the Ryder Cup. And man, I'll tell you, you did a good job. You almost came back. I turned on. I said, I sort of turned off. It wasn't looking good, and then. A little while later, I turned on. I said, you guys might make, that would have been the miracle. What a great job. He's respected by those golfers like nobody. And I just want to compliment you, Keegan. That was an incredible job. Right here, we have a lot of unfriendly fake news media. And he's not used to that. He's used to getting only good publicity, I think, Howard. These are all golfers. But you're some golfer, I'll tell you that, and some leader. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you, Keegan.
Mr. President, on China.
Yeah, please.
On immigration, ICE are making arrests, target arrests at courthouses in New York City and around the country.
Criminals, they're arresting criminals, that's right. Yeah, so go ahead. I'm happy about it. I want them to arrest criminals. And if you take a look at D.C., a year ago, D.C. was our great capital was a very unsafe place. You know that. Some of you were mugged and talk openly about it. Some of the media was mugged. But right now, D.C. is one of the safest places in the whole country. The restaurants are booming. They're opening up new restaurants. The restaurants are all closing. Now you can't get into a restaurant. They're opening up new restaurants. It took 12 days for us. We sent in not politically correct military. We sent them in based on merit. We won the case in the Supreme Court. Everything now is based on merit. Our country was founded on things based on merit. Like Keegan Bradley's not going to be playing golf if he wasn't a great player. If he shoots lower scores, there's no more merit system than that one, Keegan, right? If you miss a putt, they don't say, oh, that's okay, let's take it again, do they? No, it's based on merit. Everything's based on merit. And we're back to the merit system. And when they saw that military is all about merit. They're big, strong people that they're patriots too. And you take a look at D.C., and now we're in Memphis, and Memphis was really crime-ridden. It was terrible. A lot of people being killed. And they say in 12 days they can't even believe how much better it is. And it'll take probably a month over there, and we're heading to Chicago because we want to save Chicago. Do you know they had over 4,000 people killed in Chicago over a short 4,000 people, and I have to watch this slob of a governor stand up and say that, well, everything's okay, we've got it under control. They had 4,000 people murdered over a very short period of time. There's not a city in the world, I don't believe, that can claim, you hear so much about different, I won't, embarrass anybody, like by saying Mexico City or by saying anywhere in Afghanistan. There's no place like that. And then I have to listen to the mayor who's got a 5% approval rate, maybe less. He's an incompetent man. And the governor's an incompetent guy. He's a guy that was thrown out of his family business like a dog. And I know his family very well. And now he's a governor. And when I watch him trying to say that it's okay, we have crime under control, I lost 4,000 people over a very short period of time. I believe it's like 7,000 people were shot but didn't die. But 4,000 people died. And then he gets up and talks about how it's not a problem. Or Portland, Oregon. I mean, every time I look at that place, the place is burning down. There's fires all over the place. When a store owner, there are very few of them left, but when a store owner rebuilds a store, They build it out of plywood, and they don't put up storefronts anymore. They just put wood up because they know it's going to be ripped down. And then I hear how wonderful it is. It's not wonderful. It's a disaster. That's almost an insurrection, that place. So we put our people in there, and they do the job, and they've really done the job. And the beautiful thing is we've done it. 12 days we had this place safe, and now it's, I would say within a month, it was beautiful. And it continues to be. That was 3 months ago. I'll tell you, D.C. now is one of the hottest places, just like this country. We were a dead country, and you've heard me say it 100 times. We were a dead country. King of Saudi Arabia said it. Others say the Emir of Qatar said it. Many. UAE said it. The leader, great leader, UAE, all great leaders. They said effectively the same thing. 1 year ago, we had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. I just want to thank everybody, and I want to, in particular, thank AstraZeneca. What a great company you have. What a company you've built. You've been there a long time and done some job. It's an honor to have you. I assume you're going to build, so it's $4.5 billion for a plant. That's a pretty big plant, isn't it? I was going to say, could he make it a little bit more? Well, we have a couple of them where they're going to spend $65 billion on one plant, AI. All I know is it's, AI is based on information. I hope they're right about information. I don't know. You got to make a lot of money there's got to be a lot of information out there, but that seems to be pretty hot. But we have a lot. We're leading the world on information on AI, as you know, by a lot. It's not even close. So we're doing a job. And I want to thank everybody, but in particular, Pascal, thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Have a good time.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Right out this way. Thank you, press. Thank you. Let's go. Let's go. Thanks, guys. Can you grab everything? Thank you, press.
Hold on a second
Can
here.
you grab everything? Thanks, guys.
I sound like Bobby Kennedy. A couple takeaways from this. That was a very controlled press conference. The biggest takeaway that I got from that, 100%. There is no way, and he brushed off his tweet. I heard that. He said big things coming Monday. I would not be shocked if you saw a press conference in the morning on Monday. This reminds me of COVID in some ways. You have one of the largest drawdowns, or maybe it might be the largest drawdown in history in NASDAQ today. You have large events coming up with Huang and NVDA. I can guarantee you they're panicking. Guaranteed they're panicking right now. Panicking, baby. The panicking party. They're like this disheveled or whatever. I'm assuming that a whole bunch of people got wiped out today. I didn't know that NASDAQ was this bad. I looked at NVDA just now, and I'm like, oh, they're all wiped out. Now, there's some key takeaways here. Number one, we know that opening on a high into the new quarter that we're trying to put a hedge on. So if you had a hedge on, congratulations. My hedge is coming back. I'm kind of happy. I got some money. Not a ton, but I got some money. We're trading 647. I start printing hard and heavy like $5 lower than this. I don't think they print it. Maybe I'm wrong. But there's a few takeaways here. One, if you were not hedged, you should be hedged. I've told you 10 fucking times. More than 10. Number two, though, you're looking for longs for the quarter. Still, even being hedged. And that sounds crazy. But you are. You're looking for longs. When we get down here, you are. I want to show you guys one quick thing, if I can, before you go for the weekend. And we're going to talk about this COVID thing, too. I want to show you this big, important thing right here. I want you to think about this right here. And this is, you see that dump right there? That's fucking severe. This dump right here. And you don't know if you can see it. Let's go down. Let's go down and look at it. We ain't going down here. They took the whole trade. You can see it. You ain't going below this. I can assure you that. You can see it right here. There's the up move, then the instigation move. I'm going to tell you right now, you ain't going any lower than this. It ain't happening. You need like something really worse than this right here. But that whole trade's gone. Not only is that whole trade gone, but there's no, like, literally that's going vertical on Monday morning or whatever. The one thing I want to explain to you though is that in COVID, when I was trading, I'd be long or short, and it didn't matter. I'd go into a weekend and I would buy this shit. And when I bought it, I'd get blooded at the end of the day. Maybe buying the close, and then we'd blood down. And then we'd wake back up on Monday morning, I kid you not. And all of this was back here. We would sometimes come back down, but then go straight back up like nothing happened. Sometimes in COVID, it would go literally back to the original trade, like right straight back. I've seen 5% mornings in an hour. 5. I've seen 5. I've seen days of multiple circuit breakers. And we did this oftentimes. So don't get too crazy just yet. You were sitting right here and you got price right here, and you give back all of this on the open on Monday morning at 9:30. Where the panicins come from, right? Now there's some problems in here too. There's a bunch of repricing that goes on. If you're in just straight options, dealers take full advantage of this. You don't wake up here, even if you're up here, and whatever your options were, think that they're going to be worth anything near what they were here. Dealers are going to fuck you all day long. So if you're a buyer here or down here or something, you might be fine. But if you're like, hey, I'm holding calls out here, unless they're like way the fuck out. But I will warn you here, again, like I warned you coming into the quarter. I want you to think about this. You've still got, this is the first right here. The September 17th buyers are gone. They're gone. And you're like, whole rate cut? That ain't happening. If he doesn't address this, that ain't happening. That leaves this with merit-based. Trading. I mean, do you know what merit-based trading means? We need to talk about this briefly before I go. I don't know if I ever talked to you about merit-based trading yet. I don't think I've talked about this at all. When we were on this rate cut trade over here on the 17th, this one right here, we're up because of inflation, and we're up because of rate cuts. No one is going to give him a rate cut. Nobody is giving him a rate cut. I'll say it again. Nobody is giving him a rate cut. If you raise tariffs on China, I'll say it again. If you raise tariffs on China again, I guarantee you there's no rate cut. 1,000%. Ain't happening. Now, if he comes back, you taco time and the bullshit that he does, and he's like, oh, no, bro, we're not doing that with China. Sure, we'll go back up there, you get your rate cut, and we'll go higher. And what that means with merit-based is that if you're not getting the market going up, we're going up because of inflation. If in rate cuts. So merit-based means that this stock market will not go up anymore without ERs that are saying, hey, I'm making money. And it's like a circle. So let me talk to you about this quickly here. If I'm a company, and I'm a company, right? And I can absorb some of the profit that I had because I had like unfettered profit during free money era. And when you do QT, I lose my profits, and then you add on some tariffs. I'm losing some of those profits. That's kind of okay as a corporation. I can absorb some of that stuff. Producers too, but if you're going to, let's say, tarify more China, then my company can't absorb those costs to me without doing one of two things, and that's hit you, or it's take the hit myself. So you're either going to see lower EPS, or you're going to see the consumer have to absorb that, and for the companies to be stronger. So that would mean higher inflation. So if you higher inflation, you can't cut. So it's like this big circle thing. And it introduces uncertainty even right now with him not addressing this directly. So there's problems here. There's issues down the road. And these issues should show themselves in the next, not this quarter, but the next quarter or two. You should see those impacts if he doesn't solve this. So the one thing I will say about this that's positive is the consumer can't absorb this. But that still reverts back to merit-based stock market, which means that you're relying upon good ERs and you're relying upon future good ERs. And I guarantee you that every goddamn company that buys from China to this day will rewrite their entire guidance if this isn't solved by their ERs. And they're going to tell you point blank. I would tell you, I'm going to fuck you. That's what they're going to tell you. They're going to tell you when to raise prices, fuck you. And there is a part of this where a company will either go bankrupt if they don't, or they will tell you point blank, we're going to raise them until we go bankrupt. It's going to be one or the other. And if they say no, we're not going to raise prices on you, but we're going to have lower profits, then your guide goes down, and that is where you get big time down markets. So there's this big whole circular thing about this. It's not to be worried about at the moment. He kind of blew off what he said this morning, but I would be terrified, as we head into the future, unless something changes. This is when new information comes in. They will return here to the top. I know you don't think so, but they will. But when they come into that OpEx for this month, when they're done on OpEx on the 17th, I'm telling you right now, this shit ain't solved by the 17th. It's fucking hammer time, and it's gonna be hammer time. They will unwind this fucking thing, and it will be bear town. So right around the 17th, 18th, you're gonna know. It might even be the day before, like 16th, something like that. I do expect the squeeze and all that kind of stuff. And if situation ain't normal, that shit that he said earlier today, that shit ain't normal. I assure you, it's not normal. I couldn't verify the China's selling their bonds on over the weekend or something. This market will crater on shit like that. It will. So just keep watching, keep beware and stuff like that. I posted a thing for you in the Discord about how we always come back to the top. That's normally in an OpEx, like the next OpEx or month end. If I posted a chart for you of all wars we've ever had, they always come back, like literally. So if we're in a war, you're going to see this market violently move higher before we go into the war mode of the market. That is a possibility for today. I'm going to tell you right now, it's a possibility that happens. I don't think we're there yet. So don't get too bearish yet. I would say the 17th and 18th though. If that shit ain't solved by the 17th, 18th, they won't give a flying fuck what he does a week or two later. They will, and then you'll be wound into the next month. And that would send this market fucking cratering into November. And if you've traded during COVID, if you remember when they announced QE, we were wound into that trade to the downside. And when they announced QE, we cratered again into the next OpEx. So it's the same fucking thing. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, you don't have to. But if you do understand what I'm talking about, he's got a deadline of the 17th. And if they don't, they'll fuck this market sideways. From the 17th on, they could fuck this market sideways, and he could come out on October 31st and say, Z and I are sucking each other off. It still won't matter. They will run this fucker down because of that OpEx. In November, they will run the fucking market straight to the depths of hell no matter what. OPEX is a fucked up thing. The way this market's wound into itself is it's like it gets so wound up that you're doing something no matter what. Even if you have a plunge, you'll go right back into that OPEX. They'll clean all that shit out, and then they'll fucking send it to the depths of hell. So this stuff works inverse and like it works up and it works down in both ways. When you're wound into something, you stay there. Even if you stretch, you're still going back to that thing. But thereafter, we could be fucked. We're not there yet, so I'm speculating at this point. I'm not even speculating. I'm just telling you that we don't know this information. We won't. But there's a fuck ton more of selling to be done. If this is the case, we can sell the fuck out of this market for November, no problemo, and make fuck tons of money. Just don't be selling this just yet. All this little like intraday stuff, don't let it bother you at all. Anyways, I want you to have a great weekend. Don't freak out over the weekend. Don't panic. Don't see anything. I don't see anything that you should be worrying about over the weekend. I've been through things like this day in, day out at times as a trader in real life. Like COVID was some of the most raunchiest trading I've ever done. I've never seen anything like COVID, and I don't know anyone else that has. Maybe the 90s. So don't be panicking. Don't be freaking out. You take this step by step as it happens, and we trade it as it goes. Do not be like, if you're a bear, I can trade bear all day long. This is the first move down, so they're going to squeeze it or sell it, and we'll do it together. I'll see you guys on Monday. Now, there's something else here. On Sunday, I will likely trade futures. So if I do trade futures on Sunday, and I might even trade futures Monday morning, in the very early morning, depending on what happens or what's set or whatever. And so I might be here trading, and if I am trading, I will do a stream for you. We'll do a futures stream, and I can trade futures, right? I fucking can trade futures on Robinhood. It's kind of dope. I like signed up for it and shit. So I've never traded futures on Robinhood. I've only traded futures on Tasty and Thinkorswim. So well, I'll try it on Robinhood tomorrow or on Sunday, depending on where we are and what happens over the weekend. Do yourself a solid here over the weekend, though. I got to leave you with one last thing. Whatever you do, if you've never traded like this before, whatever you do, stay the fuck away from social media. Stay away. You'll get eaten alive. One last warning on this. This is very serious. You will get eaten alive in these environments. You'll get eaten alive as a bear. You'll get eaten alive as a bull. Just don't do it. In these environments, you trade what's the price that's in front of you. I'm going to leave you with that warning. I warned you earlier this week to be hedged, right? I gave you on Tuesday a private stream. And I told you in the morning, you can go back and watch that fucking private stream. Go at 9:30 and watch the first 2 hours where I fucking ranted about it. So, and I felt bad earlier this week ranting about this shit. So, I want you to please do yourself that solid. If you can't keep off social media, do not trade with money. Stop trading money if that much feel like too wrapped up in it or wound up or whatever. Don't trade anything up or down. Don't do it. There's just no point. You'll get annihilated, I promise you. And that happened to me in COVID. I didn't get annihilated, but I got really fucked up. Not with money, with emotions and weekends, and I wasn't sleeping. I would like pajama trader. That was me. Like I was like eating, shitting, sleeping, trading, and then I would get wound up on a weekend, and I couldn't sleep. It was so bad by Sunday. I was annihilated by 9:30 in the morning that I just wanted to get the fuck out. It's like, just give me the fuck out of this trade. And I did that shit over and over and over and over again. And I learned a big lesson in that time period. So if you don't learn it by being told it, you're gonna fucking learn it with money. So I'll talk to you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend. I appreciate you sticking around this late in the night. It's 9:30. I've been here 12 hours with you. Some breaks in there. I think I had an hour break and a 15 and a 5, but I really appreciate you sticking around with me for 12 straight fucking hours. I don't know who the fuck streams 12 hours. And I love you guys. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, or not tomorrow. God damn it. Give me a fucking break for a minute. I'll see you guys. I'll see you motherfuckers. I'll see you motherfuckers on Sunday, maybe. And if not, I'll still check in on Sunday, futures and all that kind of stuff. And I love y'all. I'll see you. And by the way, no matter what the market does, right? Remember something. Remember something, seriously. This is the free fucking world. This is the West. It really is. You don't have to agree or like what's being done, but you are a part of the free world. Remember that. You are the beacon on the hill for the rest of the world. You are the beacon on the hill for true, totalitarian regimes, man. You don't live in Iran. You don't live in the back hills of China. You don't live in a real, true third or fourth world country. I've been there. You don't ever want to live there. So do your thing. Do your thing as an American. Do your thing as if you're from the West, or if you come to the West, you live in the West. Do what you need to do to make